Welcome to Open Minds, Open Mic, the place to be on a Friday night. It's 777. Seven. So many sevens. I feel so lucky. We have a special delight for you. A great friend of mine, Atlas, is going to do an amazing feature. We're all excited to hear that. This man's been changing the world and opening minds for a long time. So I feel blessed that he's doing this feature for us tonight. I'm gonna start us off on a little poem that I wrote yesterday. It still needs a little work, but it's called Smile. I sit here in front of you all, smile on my face, while facing the decaying state of my mind's place, displacing reality. In all actuality, it seems to be fate. I'll never be free, might not never be great. I'm $1 short and a minute late. Judge myself worse than I can take. Nudge myself to holler for days till my face hurts, lost in a daze beyond the fog, past the haze. I seem to have misplaced my legs. Have you seen them? Were they ever really there? Do any of you actually fucking care? As I stare into the distance, my gaze is set to nothing. I'm reminded of my hungering persistence to change something. Not sure what, who, or even how. I'm only equal to the bounds I've laced within these sounds, hoping one day I'll figure it all out. Shout so loud I break every window in the house. Make pure love and light rain down on the crowd. Till then, I'll sit and smile, cause why the fuck not? What does one do while waiting on forever to become forgotten? Thank you. Yeah, it is. This headphones is picking up them chatting in the living room. So sorry.
Yeah.
Hope you guys are able to hear the poem.
Yeah, it was good. You're still coming in clear. There's just people talking in the background.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, because I've been coming since you started, that there's been an improvement in your writing. That's like, it's really awesome watching your journey. So keep it up,
Well,
man.
I'm learning from some amazing people. Like I get to hear you guys, and it's just like I learn every time when y'all spit a poem. Like my brain grows, you know, and my lexicon of words grows, and my flow, and like, yeah. So thank you so much for that, Shock. I really appreciate that. We'll go ahead and move into round one. Man. We've got 5 poets up and coming for our feature. This beautiful woman had just did a feature for us, which I'm excited to get the video up. So if you guys missed it, you can watch it because it was amazing. It was for my birthday. We had such an amazing night. Like it was one of my favorite nights. Like straight up, like, everyone read me like birthday poems. Like people didn't even know it was my birthday. It was like while I was there waiting for the open mic, they're back there scribbling out birthday poems and stuff, and surprised me with it. So like it was just amazing. I felt so much love, and it was just great. And it was all facilitated by this very talented, beautiful young woman, Miss Diane Ward. If you could bless us with some words, we would appreciate it.
Thank you so much. You have really grown, just as the Soto sister, Saki G said. It has been wonderful to grace this platform with you and all the other wonderful creatives. Some that I knew, some of that I learned of. And so it's been great. So thank you so much. And I appreciate the fact that your wife and your mom also attend. It's really a family affair, and that's wonderful. I'm going to read one piece. It's called Note to Petal Keepers. I carry a promise. Help me fulfill it. Within my nuggeted start holds generations bred to surprise, beautifully mystify and heal. My look, my properties, my history, my potential, all neglected and late in your sensing. Like you, I started as a great idea, and when I actualized, I bloomed. I am a prize regardless of scenting you because I reflect all of you. Just like you, I am a survivor for now, travels by hook or crook on bird and animal, by insect and wind, thrilled by the migration of glacier fur and grazing trail. Jungled, just like you. Bundled, just like you. Cross-pollinated, just like you. Bred for the best with the worst, sometimes revealing, just like you. We spore, we seed, we germinate, ruminate, and propagate, despite false nutrients. Some bloom. Some natural pests are survivorless and unintentionally aid our blooming. Synthetic pests fail humans and plants dually. Experience and experiment may be our mutual undoing. Our seedlings sometimes adult into maturity too. Despite all the selective weeding, we bloom. We're a bouquet trying to survive plucking, just like you do. Thank you.
Thank
Oh,
you. That was
yeah, that
beautiful.
was beautiful.
Everybody unmute and
Oh,
give it up for Diane.
love it. Just love it.
Absolutely. And Coral, by the way, since you donated earlier, tell me how CP and your digital copy design. So if you could, I don't know if I have your email. If you could DM me your email on Instagram, I will have him send you a digital copy design.
I'm having trouble hearing you.
Yeah, me too, Tom.
Okay.
You gotta speak up.
How about now?
It's better.
All right, Coral, I was saying since you donated for my birthday, I'm gonna have CP send you an album as well. So I'll let him know. I'm not sure if I have your email, so if
I actually just signed up with my email today, so maybe you have it, but if you don't,
right. If not,
I can send it to you.
Excellent. Yeah, and I'll have CP shoot you over that album. So, all right, thank you so much, Diane. That was a beautiful poem. We all appreciate it. We all feel the love and just the positivity coming from you. Yeah. So we're gonna move on to our next poet now. All right. Thank you so much for coming back. It's so great to see you. If you could bless us with some words, we appreciate it.
Excellent. Thank you. So this poem I wrote back in April. I started at 2 a.m. in the morning and finished it at 5 a.m. in the morning because sometimes things just grab a hold of you. It's called The Blasphemy of Light. Killed by the aristocracy, crucified for blasphemy, for claiming his own divinity, not a sacrifice, but a lighthouse, extinguished unjustly. What does divinity look like? Divinity is energy. Divinity is empathy. Divinity is community. Divinity is unity. Divinity is derived from Deus, to shine brightly. How dare we claim our own divinity and hold our wholeness with holiness? How dare we ignite others passionately and face them with compassion? How dare we have our own spiritual jubilee and undo division that rejects jubilation? How dare we? How dare we dismantle the hierarchy that sees our light as blasphemy?
Now, yeah. Woo,
How
that's
dare
real.
we?
Beautiful.
That was powerful. Like she said too,
Yeah.
when you feel it, you just gotta get it out, get it on the paper. come share it with us so we can all enjoy it too, right? Thank you
And
so
thank
much
you
for
for
that
that.
piece. Yeah, thank you so much. Everybody unmute and give it up for the beautiful Rites.
Oh, that was spectacular. Yeah.
Great energy.
Yeah.
Really felt that.
All right, coming up next.
Thank you, everyone.
Coming up next, we got Messiah Payne. And Messiah is going to be featuring for us in October 6th. So stay on the lookout for that. We got like 3 months to go. And yeah, I'm excited for that. So if you could bless us with some words, brother, I would appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Thomas. So again, it's good to be here on a beautiful Friday evening. I will read 2 poems. The first is called As God is Reborn. As God is born again, time will disquiet for aeons. That will also be a moment in the omniscience of her stride, stimulating an apex of our unconscious realization, bound within and without time. Our dreams will reveal the one existence, an expanse endlessly diminutive, like a boundless ocean, troubled over the lurid formlessness of God's pellucid strains. Existence will then shatter, but life will never be destroyed. For its irrepressible grasping must occur timelessly, where divinity blossoms from the gravity of existence, the fathomless light in natural grace beset on all sides of the world. Our integral union will become a transformation of being, where once we accentuated God in her shadow, we will then be found to share presence as the beneficent harmony of wholeness. As our presence in the crown of beauty is thought not a miracle, but the actuality of life's eternally searching, restive succor, innate is love's secret in each of us. And as God is reborn, the secret is found to be simply what we always were, the fingers of her metaphysical hand, and her grip upon this universe as soluble in complexity as the thought of man first entering her mind. We are not merely thought of anymore. We become, in her tresses, that scale beyond all universes, a balance beyond which she relents when we outgrow her, maturing from her love and into an experience of freedom. In her process of rebirth, she will find refuge in our souls. And as we grow into our liberation, our own rebirth, we will take refuge in hers, bending the direction of time to find truth in her reprieve, her restoration. And here is the second poem. It's fairly new. It's called The Spirit of Direction. As her immortal innocence begat chortles of laughter between us, we walked the miles ahead, corralled with dusty winds and 3 planets overhead that she proceeded to describe in her blissful sagacity. One planet was named Amrita, a realm of celestial substance that brims over like a full moon in the evenings of this land. The other was named Bat, an entire Milky Way enclosed in a massive pearl, whose light emanates over the land like the sun over the depths of the sea. And last, she told me, is named Pangu, a primordial song, whose sensitive timbre reaches out and creates worlds. Their glow was the elided force of life itself, and the beauty of their ethereal translucence reflected in her soulful eyes allayed the garishness of such an unearthly titillation. After a short period of silence, she spoke directly as intimations to my life began to float in the air. And now what do you think of me from the perspective of your life? I have always watched and nursed your dreams. You might have called it intuition. I was the inner provocation of peace's desire that led you here. Where here was, I still did not know. A voyage on foot in a land she claimed was holy. Nevertheless, through nascent fear, I responded. From the perspective of my life, I have known, though sometimes doubted, that there was a plan, an evocative potential serving us all toward directions where we are meant to be, sometimes even in spite of ourselves. Was that you? With a smile like sacred enigmas, she exclaimed, yes, I was there in your inspirations, in your most exalted moments. You've known me the way you've known yourself. And as we made our way to a door at the end of our travels, a radiant door, there was a sense of exaltation I could never describe. All sleep fell away. A wakefulness of unfathomable intensity shook me. I realized that she was my path all along, my necessity, my destiny, the first half of my life as temporal being, and now leading me to my second as unweary soul, to an experience I prepared for the moment I became conscious of myself. She is my nerve, my muse. Thank you.
Wow.
Wow.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Messiah
That
always with
was
that fire.
awesome.
I'm excited
Woo.
for your future, man.
Just
That's
genius.
Yeah.
Everybody
God,
unmute yourself for a
Wow.
moment and give it
love
up
it.
for Messiah Payne.
Woohoo, Messiah.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Gustav. Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, brother. Can't wait to see you in New York City.
Yeah, looking forward to the dinner.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Gustav, you
cheers.
gotta give him a big hug for me and my wife, okay?
Will do.
Yeah, you getting a hug, a big old hug. It's coming from me and Catalyst, so
I will welcome
yeah.
it earnestly.
Excellent, excellent. All right, coming up next, we have just an all-around great man. He's been one of my spiritual guides, you know, a great friend, just inspiration for days. One of the greatest poets to walk this earth, I truly believe. Lantern carrier. If you could unmute yourself and bless us with some words, brother, I would appreciate it.
Thomas, you're fading a little bit. I think you're deliberately going soft. Were you calling me?
Yeah. I was saying that how you were my spiritual advisor and a great friend and one of the greatest poets walking the earth. And we want to hear some of them words. Inspiration for days. Inspiration for days.
Well, you know,
We
we
love
have
you.
spirit. We have spirit. There's nothing greater than spirit. Bewildered. I'm doing 2 poems, and the first one is Bewildered, and I appreciate the shout from your mother as well. In fact, I'll dedicate the first one to your mother. It's not about her, but I'll dedicate it to her. Bewildered. The sweet-scented tulips of this perfume garden hug the walls and foliage. The honeysuckle blossoms pays homage to the illustrious light. A pageantry of flowers adorns the stony pathway, while the birds and squirrels dance. Even 1,000 garlands, my love, cannot match the wafts of thy allure. Into the temple of the heart, my beloved comes, kissing my soul with infinity's plenitude. I feel the magical descent of an enchantment, stabbing my core with the arrow of joy. Steeped in a void of intense immensity, the moonlight kisses my cheeks. I become absorbed in a kaleidoscope of beauty, dazed by an ocean of supernal light. My heart is burning with love, my core full of intensity from the fire of thy bliss. I gaze at the crescent moon, its adorable sweetness like pure white snow, hugging the serenity of my existence. You enter within and embrace me. I suddenly ascend to the deathless joy of emptiness. Now timeless, timeless, timeless is this moment. My eagle bird dances in an ocean of sheer delight. I cascade into a ball of light, nestling in the golden flames of thy silhouette, and become bewildered. That was poem 1. Poem 2 is a very interesting poem. It's called The Spirit of the Sword. Honor permeates a glint of razor sharpness and blinding speed. Some will die to preserve this code, and Tesoro almost lost his life for it. Yet technical and spiritual mastery was the ultimate victory. Numerous tales were told over centuries about the spirit of swordsmanship, of how to preserve this craft, the sword's strength, and how to die with honor while protecting it. Deftness and skill were legendary, and the art of precision was written on scrolls, sometimes hidden in caves. Nakamura died upholding this tradition. His son Tesoro, traveling the Central Plains, fighting to collect the other famed swords in order to fulfill the wish of his dying sensei. For the enthusiast, the right mental attitude was essential, as well as numerous forms and katas. Tesoro was of undaunting courage and at the peak of fluidity in excellence. His free flow of spiritual harmony was second to none, and the rigorous training ultimately enabled the sensei and sword to blend like one, like the brook does with the river, like the chi to Mother Gaia, in a most harmonious repose and splendor. Swordsmanship is dipped in character molding rituals, the glory of love, of balance, of sacrifice, as well as mutual trust and respect for one's opponent. Forging of the blade was godlike, with prayers being said, trials in combat, and the evoking of the Tao, which enabled one to lightfoot or ascend like the falcon, with elegance and grace of gliding maneuvers, like a bevy of eagles, swift in flight, with immaculate timing. The light of the sword, like adversity, is a tool in the hands of the supreme alchemist. The sharp blades of corporate greed, fences, trusting and dodging, using feints and trickery without remorse, bobbing and weaving like Joe Fraser, evading the shield of empathy, concern, and compassion, sent their way by the messengers of light, of swordsmanship. This is so unfortunate for the hapless many. Yet the sword, a product of love, remains unyielding, wielding poisonous edges, viruses, tornadoes, tsunamis, and war, to transform my callousness and complacency into prayers of love divine. Love's sword is like a candle in the darkness, like Zatoichi, though blind yet full of the spirit of sacrifice and extremely heightened senses, more than enough to drive the enemy away. Love drips, though, like raindrops, as such our earthly garden takes time to be fertilized and harvested. Life struggles are seemingly the uncomely side of swords that direct the energies against Mother Gaia, against us. They slash across the heavenly blue with toxic flares, dig at the earth for hidden bunkers. Yet I repeatedly deny their invaluable lessons, unable to discern love's capacity to transform, of knowing that it will always be in charge of its own creation. Nakamura died for the spirit of the sword. Let us protect that spirit, the quintessence in all sentient and non-sentient beings, created on wings of light for the swordsmanship of the eternal. London Carrier, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wow, both of those pieces were just amazing. Transcendent. Everybody on mute and give it up for Lance and Carrie.
Lantern Carrier, genius.
Gratitude, my brothers.
Beautiful.
Can't wait to see you in New York City.
I'll be there soon, brother. I'll be there soon.
You got a big hug coming from Catalyst and I too.
Igualmente,
Megas is gonna be
igualmente.
our, yeah, Megas is gonna go around and give everyone a big old hug for us. So he's our hug
Yeah.
surrogate because we can't be
Yes,
there.
I'll give Megas a
just
hug
yet,
for you too, your mom, your wife. all your
Excellent. And then
family.
eventually when we see Megas, he can pass it on. You know, we'll just pass this
Indeed,
hug all
indeed.
around, right? The hug ambassador, definitely. Yeah. But speaking of the hug ambassador, this man I think has never missed an open mind. He is the third part of this beautiful thing that we've created. He's co-hosted. He's here all the time. My wife and I chat with him like almost on a daily basis. We just love him, man. The Megas, Gustav, Salas.
Hey, Thomas. Hey, Catalyst and beloved poets. I have two pieces tonight. This one's called Multiverse Mirror. I have to share about the time I did window pane LSD and looked in the mirror to see me, my past, present, future all melted with my face. A singularity opened up in its place, total oneness in time and space. Thoughts all vanished without a trace. Visions of existence, multidimensional. Whatever this was, it wasn't conventional. And just like that, it disappeared. A hallucination, just something weird that happened one day long ago. I promise to never forget it though. The feeling's hard to maintain, a magic trick of the brain. Every time I do hallucinogens now, the feeling returns, that forever wow, vast oneness of all things, a multiverse of super strings. And this is for Catalyst. She asked me to perform this. And love goes out to you, Jess. Big love. This is called Is Your God Love? If your God isn't love, then I don't want your God. If your God hates gays and loves the guns that kill classrooms full of innocent children, then fuck you and your God. Get out of my face with your evangelical nonsense. Jesus wouldn't recognize the mess you have made of this simple message of love. And you would be quick to crucify the returned Christ as a communist. Your hypocrisy makes me sick, and the Jesus you invoke would kick you out of the temple so fast your head would spin like a Linda Blair exorcism. Freedom of religion guarantees my freedom from your religion. I do not seek to impose my agnosticism on you. Don't you dare try to impose your bullshit fantasy world on me. Thanks, but no thanks. I'll pass while I still can. But how much longer will this country remain the land of the free? Or will it devolve into a theocracy ruled by straight white Christians for straight white Christians, the rest of us subservient and forced into silence, or worse, made second-class citizens to serve our masters as they preside over end-time disasters? If this future sounds unpleasant to you, for fuck's sake, vote. This is the most important rhyme I ever wrote. Stand up for the rights you must hold dear. Make your opposition clear. We are the majority, silent no more. Let's show the world what our freedom is for. Thank you.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh,
Thank
that
you. Yeah, thank you so much.
And
was-
So
wow.
so that everyone unmute and give it up for this man. Baya, baya, baya.
Amazing.
Oh, I love that one.
Love both of them.
Migos, you went for it, bro. You didn't hold back on that piece at all, man. You
Right?
combined fire and dope, man. You know, you were talking into the alchemist, you know.
Awesome. All right, so that concludes the first half of round one. We're gonna go into our feature now. We got a newcomer that just came in. Dax, if you'd like to read, let me know. I will add you to the list. Yeah, Atlas just dropped his stuff in the info there, his phone number and everything.
Ooh, he's all shaved
That's the
up.
type of man that he is. Reach out to him, call him, text him. He's a wonderful friend to talk to. Uh-oh. That's my earphone. You can hear me, but I just
Hear me okay?
Give me 1 second here so I can intro you, but it just switched my output to my other headset for some reason. I'm just having trouble with these headsets today. No, it's not even listening. Go ahead and say something, Atlas.
Can you hear me?
All right, yeah, now I can. Cool. All right, so let me get this intro on for you, brother. So glad you could do this feature, and what a cool day. What a cool day. 777. Definitely. Let me get Kittay in here. She made just in time. And yes, Karen, you are on the list. Let me get this wonderful man intro. Atlas is a writer, an artist, an ally, a friend. He makes masks, but to better expose who he is. He projects images with light for those dealing with dark times. It is a name he has earned because he feels the weight of it all. He gives without asking. He does without taking credit. He tries his best to leave everyone and everything a little better than he found them. He is incisive, but tries to be diverse. He is highly disruptive, or tries not to be. He is highly disruptive to monotony and equally contentious to conformity. He is intense. He is necessary. He is changing the world. He is my brother and my beloved friend. He is Atlas.
Real quick before I go any further, what's happening in this New York? Is there like a poetry conference or something? And everyone's getting together?
Yes, Big Poetry Fest, July 29th and the 30th on Governor's Island in New York City.
I didn't know. That's incredible. All right. Can you guys hear me okay? I'm like on my phone's camera because my regular internet is not working out very well. So, okay, cool. I feel bad. I wanted a little bit higher class performance, or at least resolution. Real quick, just to explain, I mean, there's a lot of new faces here. I thought there'd be more people. I'm very happy for who is here. There's just, because I said I was going to write this specifically for the people who are like at open minds really often. My writing style, here's the way I put it. Imagine you're 8 years old and you want to play with your friends, but their parents say that they can't go out to play unless they clean their room. All you really want is for them to be able to come outside, play, and enjoy life. So you offer to help them clean their room, and they say no. And then you ask if they're going to clean their room, and they say later. Basically, I delve into pretty intense, deep content. I just want people to get all the bullshit out of the way and really enjoy life. Here goes. It's called validation. You guys ready? Okay. I'm watching all of you. I don't see my own screen. I'm looking at all your faces. All right, here we go. Would you hang out with me if I constantly interrupted you whenever you're trying to talk to someone else? Would you be enthusiastic to see me if I was only willing to give you attention when you wore your nicest outfits and looked your absolute best? Would you give me more of your attention if I agreed with everything you said and told you how amazing you are while distancing you from everyone who never made an effort to? Would you talk to me if I constantly reminded you of all the rude things you said and never accepted your apology? Would you still invite me if I showed enthusiasm and excitement, but then constantly canceled last minute and made excuses for never showing up? Would you still confide in me if I asked you to divulge your deepest secrets and promise they would stay between us, only to reveal it to complete strangers? Would you introduce me to your family? If I sat at the dinner table with all of you and just constantly dwelled on the few subjects I knew would cause an argument instead of all the beautiful memories you've shared together. Would you bring me to class if I assured you I would help you make friends, but told you exactly what to do and what to say and scolded you every single time you didn't listen to me? Would you bring me to work with you? If I wanted to personally meet every coworker, and I promised to be nice and polite, even though I know exactly what you think about them. Would you leave me alone with your children? If I wanted to show them just a few things, knowing the kind of dirty things I'm into and all of the dark stories I know about you, would you choose me over everyone else if I constantly told you I liked you, I loved you, and made you feel like the most important person in the world for only a few seconds from time to time? Would you spend your free time with me if I made you smile and laugh every so often, but the rest of the time, most of the time, made you so depressed you wanted to die? You know, of course you would. Of course you would. You would let me do all of it because you love me. You love me more than your friends, more than your family, more than your spouse, more than your kids, more than your job. I'm everything to you. You can't stay away from me. I'm everything. You follow me everywhere, even as I lead you further and further away from anything and everyone that ever mattered to you. Because there's only one thing that really matters: popularity and validation. On social media, you'd rather die than live without me. Thank you. You guys could hear all that?
Woo, yeah, definitely. It was awesome. Thank you.
More.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, let's get a little silly. You guys ready?
Okay, we're ready.
Okay. Little quick silly commercial break. Hey, do you hate capitalism? I sure do. Is it just me, or does it seem like 4 companies basically control everything? Facebook, Google, Amazon, Apple. Well, if you're not a big fan of those guys, then I've got a great opportunity for you today. You interested? Sure you are. Are you one of those people with the smart homes? Power goes out, internet gets disrupted, and suddenly all your castle gates fall down. You got the Nest, the Assistant, the Alexa, the Sonos. It's ridiculous. Who knows how to keep track of any of this stuff? Turns the lights on and off, turns the fridge off, never turns it back on. From the makers of none of those products comes friends. real friends who come to your house and turn on and off the music and turn on and off the lights and flush behind themselves. And the great thing about friends and not the corporate elite is that they won't remember any of your passwords or try to control your life because they can barely get a grip on theirs and they don't remember most of their passwords. It's a great concept. Do you like the environment? I mean, I watched Captain Planet and swore I was going to be a Planeteer. Do you like the environment, you guys? You guys big fans? Cool. Well, then how come everyone's eating alone? Did you know it's more economical and produces far less waste when you prepare a large meal for four than when four individual people prepare their own meal? And let's be real, they're not preparing their meal. I mean, Instacart, Uber Eats, Postmates, complete strangers are turning that $8 sandwich into a $17 delivery charge. And apparently we're all rich enough to afford it. Must be great, because those complete strangers aren't making any new friends and they're ignoring most of their own, running your errands. What are you doing driving alone or taking separate cabs and stuff? You going on a lazy drive? Did you try inviting some friends along? Running a few errands today? Your friends probably need to get some shit done too, like groceries or art supplies or food for their 6, 7 cats. But all those cats are adorable. All those cats are so damn cute. Need a ride from the airport? Why not ask a friend? The Uber is going to be about 16 quadrillion fucking dollars when your friend will probably settle for a little gas money, lunch, and maybe some intimate details about your trip that you're going to blog the whole fucking thing about anyway. Give them the inside scoop, make them feel special. Isn't that what all of us want? Look, you hate capitalism. You hate the rich getting richer. You give 2 fucks about the environment. Don't care enough to bitch about the person you voting for not winning. Care enough that it doesn't fucking matter what strangers in suits and ties are doing, because in your own life, you are making shit better every day. This has been a public service announcement from absolutely fucking no one. Best thing you can possibly do is make as many friends as possible. Build, fortify, nourish a strong, real social circle. Agree to disagree. Enter and exit conversations, not necessarily winning tug of war, but still be willing to hold on to the rope because it fucking matters. You will find indisputably more joy, more success, more fulfillment, and more fucking money in your pocket if you surround yourself with people who give a shit about you. Because what you're paying and the cost are 2 completely different things. Money is being extracted from your account, but these decisions are costing businesses to no longer exist and friendships to sever that never should have. Make, build, gain friends. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna finish off with these things called provocations. I don't know why he's wearing a fucking hockey mask. I'm not a scary person. I didn't even wear any masks today. Can I tell you guys a quick true story? If you promise to believe me,
Okay.
I
we
see
will-
your faces. I'm
We'll
gonna
believe.
seriously. Can you guys unmute? I'm gonna tell you
Yeah,
guys
yeah.
a real true story real quick. I'm gonna
Okay.
do a few quick provocations and then I'm done. Okay.
Okay, we promise.
All right.
And I can't unmute because I got the speakers going through, the sound coming through the speakers, and I want to do feedback because we're all sitting here
Okay.
listening.
Got it. All right. All right. As long as you guys believe me, be serious, seriously, because the problem is we live in a world where most people align to you because they're financially incentivized to do so. Anyway, so I was in the hospital last night because I have not been able to fully function as a normal human being for almost 2 weeks. And I was diagnosed with pericarditis. So my heart is swelling because of the amount of stress that I've placed myself under. To put it in a way that's simple to understand, imagine your cell phone's at 20%. You put on a charger for 5 hours, you take it off, it's at 22%. Leave it on the charger for 10 hours, doesn't matter, maybe 24%. In the last 2 weeks, I could sleep 7 hours, 10 hours, 11 hours, it doesn't matter. My body's not healing, and I'm replenishing my energy because I'm under a lot of stress and I do a lot for the world. So this is not to be poetic. This is quite literal. I care so much about the world that's fucking breaking my heart. I'll divulge to all of you, I'm 43 years old, but because of this, I could die of a heart attack. I'm doing everything I possibly can to not die. That doesn't involve closing my eyes or ignoring phone calls. I care so much, it hurts. Four doctors and 5 nurses tried to help me. Took over 11 vials of blood, scans, everything. That is their diagnosis. So when I say I really care about everybody I'm looking at right now, I mean it. All right, here's a few of these provocations that have become very popular with this community. Here goes. It's becoming increasingly difficult to say you believe in God or that you love the United States because atheism is on the rise and patriotism is somehow synonymous with bigotry. But people are still distributing gifts in December and taking any day off fallen soldiers will provide their calendar. I mean, I'm all about properly celebrating holidays. I'm just so confused about our methods. 4th of July especially. So our way of honoring the men and women, alive and dead, dedicated their lives to preserving our freedom. Soldiers who had to endure constant rounds of gunfire, large explosives and colored flares that the enemies would use to mark where to drop bombs. They endured all this while having no other nourishment available than dry, powdered food blends. The way we honor them is to set off long strings of firecrackers, set off M80s, shoot various colors in the sky while we grill steaks and hamburgers. How does that make sense? And how does that show any respect to the people still suffering? from battle wounds that will not heal. We're gonna do 3 more.
Wow. That was heavy. Thank you.
Why do we buy more flowers for dead people than those still breathing? Honestly, why do we get flowers at all? How does taking something that just barely blossomed and severing its neck, thereby dramatically shortening its lifespan, how does that convey how you feel about someone you love? Why isn't it more common to give out soil-filled pots or seeds? That was a quick one. 2 more. I sometimes found myself in crowded areas staring at people. True story, I stare a lot. It's really fucking rude. But I can't stop doing it. I people watch. Good content. Anyway, I sometimes find myself in crowded areas staring at people. Airport terminals, concert lines, coffee shops. Everyone looks so down, both like physically and emotionally. Like they're all looking down at their phones, but I can't tell whether their head droops so low because they're looking at their phone or because of whatever's being displayed on it. I imagine them in the same position, but without their phones. Both their body and their spirit just so completely contorted. They look so depressed without their phones, which is really ironic. Because if they spent enough time away from their phones, they'd be way less depressed. And probably looking up physically and emotionally. All right, last one. Here we go. Have I been going long? I'm not keeping track of time, guys. I don't want to be a jerk. Has this been long? Okay, last one. I mean, there's more in this document, but I'm all right. I overheard someone complaining. I think in this one, they mentioned Jeff Bezos. Anyway, they were saying Jeff Bezos has so much money, he could end world hunger if he wanted to, like that. Amazon's 19 years old. Not very old at all. I mean, sure, we can sit and wonder why one fucking ugly ass bald dude with the means to feed the world has simply chosen not to do so. But I can't help but see the way bigger issue. Can we be honest, guys? What if millions of people chosen to buy poorly made products, most of which they don't actually need, and have them delivered to their door in order to save precious time? Time they could have spent burning calories by retrieving said items while increasing local commerce and social interactions. This time they save is seen as being put to better use. Binge watching shitty, unoriginal programming. Statistically, that is where the time is going. The bigger question is, Why do so many people do that? Knowing what good old Jeff has already proven to us, that we're capable of joining together, combining our forces, and completely eradicating world hunger. All we have to do is stop fucking giving it to him. How easy is that? But I mean, you know, I guess we're as likely to do that as some bald motherfucking rich dude. I gotta go. I just got a box that I ordered 36 hours ago and I already freaking forgot what's in it. I love surprises. Spending money I don't fucking have on shit I don't need and doing it often enough that I forget what I fucking bought. It's great, right? Someone's got to pay his alimony. Was I kind? Did I balance out intensity with humor? Did
Okay.
Bro,
I'm
you
trying to make
crushed
sure I can
it.
laugh.
Yeah, you crushed it, man. You crushed it. That was a perfect
I was
mix.
laughing.
It
Yeah,
was
that
great.
ending.
Yeah, like that
Funny.
was a perfect mixture of reality, the state of our society, and you did it in a very light-handed way, you know, where we can laugh about it and realize that what the fuck, right? Like fuck Jeff Bezos. They're like, why don't we feed the world? Me and my boy were just talking about that, man. Like it's the future. We could feed, house, clothe everybody on this earth. There would be no more starvation, no one sleeping in the streets, and we got cool ass toys. We got rocket ships and hoverboards and drones, and like we could all be playing with some cool toys, man. Like, why are we doing this? Like, why are we still fighting, man? This is the future. Like, come on now, aren't we over this bullshit? Like, and you really captured that with those pieces. And we definitely, if you can hang around, we would love to hear an encore after round one. Because we want more, man. You said that document had more. We want to hear more. So, yeah, everybody, unmute yourselves and give it up for one of the most incredible humans walking this earth right now. That's why we changed the earth. Like we're gonna be.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, we're gonna be putting atlases everywhere. We're
Yeah,
not
it was too
stopping,
much
even though
fun.
it's too much fun. We're not stopping just because your features over.
Spread the
My wife and I
word.
decided
There
we're gonna
needs
be
to be
making them
smoking.
everywhere.
Part of who we are now.
Yeah, because we're gonna
Understand
change the
the
world at
point.
least in a little bit of way in your name. So
Get it.
yeah, everybody unmute and give it up for Atlas.
Awesome.
Great.
Yeah.
Feature.
Awesome
Wow.
set. Great feature.
Yeah,
Thank
it's a
you.
great set.
Moving.
Profound.
And we definitely want to hear more. So yeah, if you could do it encore after we get through this first round list, man, we would appreciate it so much, man. We just love you, brother. We love you so much. And speaking of that, when I was making one of them things, the bone one, I wrote a poem out in the field because we collected all those wolf kill bones, right? There was like moose and deer and elk and all that. We made that atlas out of bones. And as I was standing there, I wrote this poem here and I read it last week. So some of y'all may have heard it, but I don't believe you've heard it. I call it Nature in Bloom. Pondering on the nurturing nature of my home, wandering around searching for danger I'll never know, surrounded by bones of lost creatures serving the unknown. Rounded stones exhaust the dreamers, they'll forever roam. Silence is the guidance of science, defiance never grows. Compliance with license from titans, clever thrones. Thrown my life to the whims, to those whom chose. Grown while I strive towards the unknown, alone with my wife. This life has had its own plan. A man, maybe more, but no less. No stress, I need you to know this. Bliss is within reach. I try to spread light and reach out. Beyond all doubt, widespread, my plight is to speak loud, enough for at least one soul to hear these words. Listen to this wisdom, it comes from the birds. In every chirp, every morning song, we shall survive strong. Long after we're gone, our souls and laughter will live on. Thank you.
Thank you. That was beautiful.
Yeah, that was inspired by creating that art piece for Atlas, man. He's been getting us out in the nature more. Because I was out there at 5:30 in the morning carving Atlas's name into a tree next to a river, like a sideways tree, like above the river on a cliff. Like, it was so cool, man. I love this,
What way
man.
you use AI and make a flyer?
Yeah, because you don't like the AI. So my wife and I have been making you natural art pieces for like a month now, and we're going to continue to do it. Yeah, we're going to continue to do it because we've had so much fun. So we are going to make a difference in this world. And I love that flower poem. These flowers actually were all eaten by my rabbit. She loved it all. She was so excited, like brought her a huge basket of flowers. She's like, what? And we're like, thank Atlas for this. But yeah, thank you so much, man. And we hope to hear an encore. We're gonna continue round one, and then yeah, and then hopefully an encore, and then we'll go into round two. So coming up next, this man right here is so dope too, man. Like, I love that he like that line, the wisdom it comes from the birds. Because Paul, every time I hear you, I just get more and more wisdom. You've got so much knowledge in you, and such an interesting perspective on life, and the way you put it all together. Like, your feature was just amazing, and I'm excited to hear what you have for us tonight. So if you want to continue on round one for us, man, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Paul.
Oh, thanks. It's great to be here with everybody. Great to see you all. Thanks for that wonderful set, Atlas. I really enjoyed the kind of spectrum of all the emotions that you invoked and that you embodied in your presentation. Was quite inspired. Let's see, I have one of these things that's sort of a personal background poem. The three dresses Eileen owned in 1937 and a chaw of tobacco swallowed by a boy's Quaker tongue while diving for a liner in the deep outfield of Tiger Stadium trace gray cotton and dirty elbows into my physical presence. But mine was a brick shoveler's back made from bridge cable daydreamed by tears that drank the sun. Silver buckle closing worn overalls around waist of the boiler man dead among his Catholics in the West Side Hospital. Sunshine of a day in 1914 preserved within photograph of a young boy on Ellis Island, the picture no bigger than a matchbox, the buckle shine, a few gray specks, small square of immortal light compared by sight to seconds, understanding years. But mine were the coal burner's eyes, carved by guitar strings that sing like train engines driving first day of winter off bridge over human will. The voice Pauline turned to make present names of her cousins or confide who was the best butcher, the voice unmoved about 40 days, survived at the bottom of a boat. Quiet are the wind hunted, the chance takers, the insolent heroism of making a pie, her hands into my mouth, loudly deny desperation in the passage. But mine is the stonecutter's hand, covered by map of insanity that guides concealed curves of heroic face upon the discovery of laughter. Eyes the winter sky, ancient women from the nunnery after kneeling upon the prayer bench in front of Joseph's casket, laid their arthritic hands upon my cheek and said, "He was such a good man." Their consecration pronounced the message hidden. In me, there are lives with outcomes greater than their purpose. But mine are the ice maker's lips, commemorate victory of reality over death, surrendering in a voice of a laughing boy, spelling percentages with a wave crash. The 3 or 4 words of Polish that colored my throat as a child left my mind finally at the age of 5. The syllables are in the wind that drives up hills of the west side to blow cool over the red blood broth of duck soup, invisible within steam, unbalanced, the words asking me to listen with my spine. But I have the smokestack climber's shoulders that hunt for gravity, walking backwards over persistence of a tightrope strung between twin reflections. This is how I was made. This is how I was made. Mother, I have collected you back, pain by pain, death by death, out of 60 blocks walked to home at night. Why did I feel the slow descent to broad lawns and smell the grass that had been freshly cut when you dreamed of the cemetery rides, when you regained anger's breath, pulse, weariness? Your body became only yours, not your child's. Together, mother, with vicious refusals, we humiliated preparations for my rape, made by all the institutions that demanded you give me a name instead of letting me be called by a real need. What gives testimony to the life inside myself? A need to walk with wind shaking mountains back, to be water laying over a coin, to rise in the storm, towering at 35,000 feet in the sky, becoming a fist of light that never hits ground. Have I always been listening to what I heard your body convey from black fires that put the ocean here to outlive us by 50 lifetimes of incomprehension? Ow, ow, ow. That's light going right through me. Does that mean yes, mother?
Wow.
Mm,
Wow,
The
that went
skipper.
right.
Whoo,
in
boy.
boundary. Woo! Yeah.
Mesmerizing.
Enter the skippers.
Yeah. Hey, Witz, man, welcome. You missed the first half of the feature, but we might get an encore. I'm sure you'd like to read too, so I'm gonna add you to the list here. We're just going on round one, continued, then we're gonna do hopefully an encore from Atlas, and then we'll finish up round two. Keep this party going. Yeah, everybody on mute and give it up for Skip.
Woohoo! Oh, yeah.
Yes.
The one, the
Yeah.
only
Love that.
Jedi
Wonderful.
Master.
That was cool.
It's like a journey, man. Every time, dude. Like the skippers, man. Like just wandering through your mind is so much fun and enlightening and entertaining, and yeah, I love it. Thank you so
Through
much, man.
you,
Thank you
all
so much.
around you, just
Yeah.
in your mind and around, and yeah, really
I think he's been
awesome.
doing this since before I was born too, so he's got a little leg up on me. But
Whoa,
fun.
really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and if you're not following him, make sure you follow him at Skiffgram on IG. Or
Thanks so much,
allskip.com
everybody.
as well.
And thanks again, Thomas, for all the work you do here.
I do it because I love all you guys, man. Straight up. I do this. My mom sent me a message today. She's like, "Are you doing Open Minds tonight? Who's featuring?" And I'm just like, "Yeah, of course. Every Friday we doing this. We here every Friday. Atlas is featuring tonight. We do this every Friday. Got a bunch of cool features coming up. We got a bunch of cool poets coming up. Yeah, it's just an amazing time every time. So yeah, let's keep this thing rolling. Mattie, baby, is you here? Oh, Frogg just showed up too. Oh, Frogg showed up just in time to hear you.
Hi.
If you could bless us with some words, Mattie, we would greatly appreciate it. It's so good to see your face. It's been a minute. We miss you. We love you, and we're ready to hear what you got for us.
Thank you. Love you. Okay, got something for you. It's called I Am the Chairman Show. Dr. Thema said to me last week, if you put on Law and Order SVU every time to fall asleep, you should be asking yourself, why is trauma so relaxing to me? There is a hull of a ship above me masquerading as the sky. There is a massive dog crate potty training cage lining the limits of this city, dressed up like a welcome sign woman in a bright pink dress. I am the Truman Show baby. Cast me at age 2. It is easier to grow a lie from seed than to transplant it into your news feed. I am gone for a while because I don't know what I missed. And if I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, good night. Next year, maybe. I keep getting so sad. I think about fishing again. A friend who will come to cry at the lake with me, bring a 6-pack, maybe that is plenty. I am Jack's unbridled memory loss, lonely enough to think that the homeless are my parents, trying to break into the set. Let me go free through the exit. I mean, the welcome sign. My brother is always at this corner waiting for me to drive to work the same time every day. I am my mother's uncanny speech. There's a commercial with a woman in a dress and she drinks because she has children. You should buy the vacuum cleaner. I am my own unabridged limbic system. David Attenborough is saying goodbye and I'm sorry and then signing off. Broadcast my wounds for mass media consumption. I am the earth. I am entertaining enough when I die. My friends, paid actors, there is a sharp pain working its way from my television into my body. It chimes, chimes until it puts me to sleep. True crime specials so intoxicating, we actually call them sweet. Murder turned Hallmark mystery. There is a support group for this type of misery. Donnie Darko portal in your backyard, cut to the credit scene, make it make sense what just happened. In case I don't see you, good afternoon. The hull is creaking loud like Titanic about to sink. Good evening. I have to take my meds. Good night. Greta Thunberg takes the knife from Attenborough and is carried off by police. A sharp pain stabs through my writing. I don't want to talk about complacency anymore. The first rule of Fight Club is take the hit, stay down, say you're sorry, and then lower your voice this time. There are fighter jets mic'd up and tuning the forks in our spines, and your crying kind of makes the TV hard to hear right now. How many of you are waiting for the dome to speak back like me in the voice of God? A parent that cares enough to lie, till death do you part, till death do us all part. Good afternoon, good evening. I am relaxing in this dog crate, making my own mess in my own cage so you don't have to clean it up for me. When I quit my day job and finally become a real writer, a real actor, they better not tell me a thing about how I've already been doing this every day, been training my whole life, holding my breath through the commercials. My big break is coming. Better break all your streaming services and lift up your windows when it comes like hurricane. Come outside, break the spell, take the hit, and then get back up again. That's the first rule. Again, again, get up. Find the people that tried to keep us from speaking to each other. My parents cashed the checks, but my family is out there, maybe on the street. They're maybe wishing Dr. Thema would change the channel for them too. Attenborough would elect himself God. Thunberg would give a speech uninterrupted by ableist far-right Nazi quilted haters. The rainbow is not a sign of the end times. If we're all going to hell, we might as well be dancing in the streets one day before the riots break. But the cell towers would have to be raised for that. There is a ring of dark ink lining my bathtub. I am Mattie's holy bruising pages. Good night. Good afternoon. Let's go fishing sometime this week. Home.
Ooh, welcome back.
Yeah, Mattie.
We fucking missed you.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you're here. Thank you for showing up. You've been an open mind staple since like day one, and we just absolutely love you. And Kittay's over there talking about like, is it weird to have a poetry crush? And I was in the middle of typing this message. I was like, nah, my wife and I have a poetry crush on her too. It's not weird. We just love her, man. She's so cool. And she's gonna be helping us out with the YouTube stuff. So give her props for that. We're gonna hook her up with the YouTube channel thing. She's gonna be helping out with the descriptions and titles and all this stuff. So yeah, thank you so much, Mattie. We love you. Everybody, unmute yourself and give it up for Mattie, aka.
Hey. Yeah.
Welcome back.
That was amazing.
All right. Wow. So follow intensity with intensity. This man likes to keep it short, but not sweet. His words will rock you to the core. He has somehow figured out how to pack in the biggest punch for the least amount of words, and he attributes it to him being a computer programmer, which I can write HTML, CSS, PHP, Java, C#, all that stuff too, buddy. So I get it. If and, right? If and else, right? The logic of the world, man. And you've somehow managed to like work that in your poetry. I'd like to do that more. I think you and I need to have like just a workshop where it's just you and me. You're teaching me what I got. I could teach you about some polysyllabic rhyme schemes and stuff, you know, that you can add in there with it. And we just need to spend like a day together, brother. Like, I fucking love you so much. Everybody, oh, I got a poetry crush on this man. He's my brother. He's doing so well, and I'm so honored that he's here tonight, man. Nemo, if you could bless us with some words, we would appreciate it, brother.
Oh, thank you, Thomas. Thank you so much. Yeah, you name the place and time. We'll on the Zoom, Verse, or IG, whatever, and we'll talk. We'll talk. So I have two microtriptychs. I've been doing two of them back to back, and they kind of talk to each other. So a microtriptych is 3 thematically connected micropoems. Here's the first one. I find my pill case. Today isn't empty, and suddenly the day makes sense. I can never stray too far from my medicine because it changes who I am. My personality, the one I want, comes from a handful of little shapes and sizes with nonsensical numbers neatly printed that must mean something to someone who isn't here. I'm bound to this piece of plastic labeled with the days of the week so I don't forget what it takes to be me every day. I am my rat, my cage. I am the one who administers the poison and carefully watches me writhe, scrawling observations on scraps of memory. I am the one who cleans up the corpses. I am the one who takes pleasure in a job well done. I am the one who will return to do it again tomorrow. My mind palace is a labyrinth of my own devising. Halls of neurons twist away into the darkness in all directions from where I stand. So perfect was my design that I cannot escape. And those brave souls who come looking for me become hopelessly lost. There's something in here that feeds on flesh. I can see its horns in the mirror sometimes. And I'm never far from its hot and wretched breath. Perhaps I built the maze to hold the monster. And this is the second microtriptych.
Hold on, we just need a second to. Woosah. Oh, shit was fucking dope, bro. All right, I think I'm ready for the next one. Mattie, you ready? You ready for this shit? Oh, give Mattie a second. Swig your beer. Give Mattie a second. Let's do this.
Beer is good. Beer is very good. Sometimes I see lights flickering on the horizon. Other souls navigating these dark waters. But my signal box is empty. Its flares spent long ago. Out there is safety, life, and warmth. But they don't know where to find me. All I can do is sit and listen to the gentle click, click, click of the rope against the side of the boat. 100 paces or two into the exclusion zone, I found a flower blooming. Delicate blue and yellow petals waving to and fro in the gentle wind. It seemed so calm and certain of itself, unaware of the subtle resonance of the explosion that killed our family. I could not help but wonder what else I might find alive. My heart is held together with plaster, tape, and wire, bound by little bits of hope. If you listen closely, you can still hear it beating. Thank you.
Nemo Sum. You see why he's my poetry
Oh my
crush?
God.
Right? Like,
Thanks, Nemo.
fuck, man. That's why I want to sit down with him and have him do a little session, a little workshop with me, man. I want him
Thank
to
you.
transfer that programming knowledge I have to those. Everybody, real quickly.
Nemo
I
Sum,
totally have a bunch of
righteous.
poetry crushes. Hey,
Sure. Poetry crushes all around. Hey, so we got Mr. Witz in the house. I believe it's his first time here at Open Minds. He might have showed up once before. I love going to his show. Drop the info in there. He's got an interview to do in like 10 minutes or 5 minutes now, probably. So he gonna bless us with some words. I had to bump him on the list just because we all want to hear him. We all love him. Everybody, give it up for Mr. Witz real quick. Bless us with some words, brother.
Thomas, thank you, brother. I so appreciate you, and I appreciate you all too, allowing me to poke my head in. The pieces that I've heard thus far have been amazing. So forgive me for missing the first half of the show, but you all are super dope. Continue to push your pins and vibrate, and keep giving that energy to the universe. That's what I'll say. I'm gonna jump right in because I do have an interview at 9 o'clock. You all been so dope. I want to give y'all something big, so I'm gonna do this piece. This is the reenactment of the injustice of Yusuf Hawkins. Funny how love lost of a young lady can make you want to change your batting average, make an athlete out of you, when all you know is win. But an L can push you. Amazing the influence a person can have over their peers. Type of persuasion that could incite a riot. One that could leadership a pep talk that can literally result in a blowout. You don't have to play a sport to be victim of a slaughter. You can blindly walk into your own end game. I can see how and why they chose sporting goods. Diamond equipment. Killing innocent Black men has always been the official American pastime. They say the attack was 10 to 30 suspected young Italian men, enough to compete and fill the bench. 7 or more, ironically, wielding baseball bats, while the pitcher had an arm, a firearm to strike out the first Black male to step up to the plate, meaning their neighborhood, the field of their dreams, the home run by them. The train station just blocks away when daylight dug out their image from in the distance. All this because a girl chose the Negro League game her way out of a proposed relationship, claiming one for herself, her own Jackie Robinson, one who would have her heart. As if a team captain of this caliber would allow for a stolen base. He wasn't about to drop the ball on this one. 2, 3, 4, apparently out of their league because their jerseys didn't match, meaning their skin complexion was too melanated to be from round here. So it must be them, the opposing team, the rivals that they were waiting for. And I figured to listen a little more deeply to the analogy of murder with baseball, but a brawl broke out. Bats were swung as if they didn't already have the numbers, the aggression, the home field advantage over their unexpected victims. With every attempt to beat the pants of their opponents, the 7th inning stretch of bats swung at them, a lopsided display of fists pop up, as if that wasn't enough to declare victory. The pitcher drew a gun, his loaded firearm, and fired from the mound like a score to settle, hitting dead center the chest of his target like a back catcher's mitt, as if he had trained for this his whole entire life. The final strikes, one that will pierce directly into a heart. Game over. A 16-year-old Black teenager was shot and killed after he and his friends were attacked by a mob of men fisting baseball bats. One with a pistol, the ringleader actually, who deliberately took away his life. At a press conference, the homicide victim's father had this to say: "He died because of what I did. I'm the one that gave him his color. He died because he was Black." Some of the darkest words to be heard from a man in reference to his son. Darker than his complexion, blacker than the clothes of his eyelids even. I could hear his heart tear to shreds of confetti with each syllable he spoke, knowing he'll never hear his son's voice again. Other than a mind trick inside his head, I can still see his melanated fist banging air. His stomach full of "there should be more time on the table." I'm sure he could have said a packed rat mouthful of undigested hate and choked up blame, yet he regurgitated his soul out onto the floor, rose up his son in the bear of his cross, sacrificed himself to a heathen judgment in the claim of the life of his teenage boy. No father should ever have to bury his son. It's like watching you put yourself into the ground. You don't know death till you lose the fruit of your loins. He died because of what I did, he said. I'm the one that gave him his color, his spark, his demeanor, the sensation on the eye he reflects that emits his light from inside. He died because I put my armor off on him. I knew that there will be wardrobe issues, many of which I face myself inside tailored eyes who deny their envy. I expected him to do his time as a man, eventually married, raising my grands, in bed with his plans, a successful Black man. I never nightmared it to be a death sentence, knowing the imprisonment would be a life sentence. I trapped him inside the cells of his skin and he died because of what I did. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Holy shit, Mr. Witz, bro. He died because of what I did. Bro, you had me damn near fucking crying, bro. That shit was powerful. That shit was fucking powerful.
Intensity, man, that power, Jesus.
And,
So
and I'm
good.
so glad that we're moving away from that now. You know, like we're all humans. We all wearing the same uniform, you know? Some of our uniforms may look a little different, but you know, we all got a heart, we all got a soul, we all got a brain, we all just want to be loved and do the same.
So Mr. Witz is a Charlotte poet, so I get to hang out with this man and hear him all the time. That poem is one of my favorites, and I've heard it a few times, and I'll tell you, the intensity, the passion, the power of that poem, it doesn't diminish with time.
How could it?
Only
right? Every time you hear that shit, just
it's
an
an
incredible. Like, dude, I was
piece.
getting full body chills, bro. Like goosebumps down my whole body, just rolling through, bro. Like, just man, that's a fucking masterpiece of a poem, and it speaks on such a deep level. And I appreciate you for that,
and I
man.
truly am. I'm humbled that I can express that, you know, and it can be, you know, held to that magnitude. Thank you all. Please forgive me. I do have to step
Hey,
out.
before
I
he
got 2
leaves,
minutes.
everybody unmute yourself real quick and give it up for Mr. Witz.
Yeah, Mr.
And
Witz,
check
that
out
was
his
great.
podcast. Follow him. He's
Thanks
doing
for the
big
book.
things.
If you got a book, where's the book? Here's the link. Let us support you. That was amazing. Thank you.
Get up in here.
Please
I love
follow
you,
me
brother.
on Instagram. I'll put it in the chat real quick under Mr. Witz the Poet. I have 8 books out.
8 books out.
So if you're interested in getting some work from me,
Awesome.
by all means, please get in touch with me.
Yeah,
and
and
I'll
we doing
I'll
open
shoot it
mics
out
too,
to
man.
you.
I love showing up to him when I can, man. Yo, this man right here, like, I don't know. When I first met you, man, we like clicked. It was like an
Most
instant,
definitely.
like you my brother, bro. Like instant soul
Yeah.
connection. Like I fucking love you so much. Thank you so
I
much for
love you
coming
too,
by.
brother.
I'm
Thank y'all
so
for
glad I
letting me
got to hear
squeeze
that
in.
poem.
I gotta go, brother.
Yeah.
I love you and I appreciate
our
y'all.
Good luck on the
having me,
interview, man. Crush
Trust
it,
me.
crush it,
I
bro.
gotta go.
Tell him what's up. We love
Yeah,
you.
big love, family. Y'all have a enjoy this live. It's amazing to be in here.
Hey, that was so dope, man. Hey, we got CP Mays in the house now. And like I told y'all earlier, anyone who donates $10 or more, because we got to pay for the Zoom coming up here in like a month. We got like a month to raise like 100 and I think it was like $160 for the Zoom Pro for the year. Yo, right now it's 7 p.m. here. So it's 777 here now. It was 2023 7. Because I know y'all are on the East Coast, but now I just finally hit 7777. I feel so lucky and so blessed to be here. And if y'all want to continue this thing going, if y'all can donate a couple dollars, you donate $10 or more, CP Mays will send you his first album, a digital copy to your email address that you could throw on your iPod, on your phone, everything. What's good?
Wifey says she's gonna donate her album too, so that'll be 2 for the donation. Like we got to keep this up and running. So yeah.
Thomas, put the donation instructions in the chat, please.
I'll do that. I'll do that right now. And while I'm doing that, let's get ready because we got to keep this thing rolling. We got all types of cool people showing up. We have a few newcomers here tonight, which I love seeing new faces and bringing them to this place, man. And I'd like to thank Atlas because I think he dragged a few of them in here, or some may just wandered on their own. But coming up next, we have a lovely lady down here, Crystal, who wanted to wait a little bit to read a little later, you know. But guess what? You have nothing to be shy for. There is no thing that you can do or say that is not going to be well received and just absolutely loved. We are all here for the same purpose, for the love of poetry. So if you can bless us with some words, I would appreciate it. Oh, and before she does it, everybody on mute and give Crystal a big open mind, open heart, open arms welcome.
Welcome, Crystal.
Welcome.
Tell us your
Hello,
story.
hello.
Your words mean something here.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen to CP on that.
Geez, thank you. Yeah, so I got invited by Atlas, but I do know a few faces. I've popped into a few open mics over the years, basically since COVID. So I got a piece that I'm gonna share that it's a little dark, so you might get to strap on a little bit. All right. My insides twirl when thoughts of you whirl in my head. I'm unkept and often left for dead, hung from a thin thread. I dangle and hold on for dear life. It's mostly fight or flight, except my wings are clipped now, tattered and torn from flying too many times. I'm blinded by signs of a raging fire, my desires worn down and broken, the unspoken words that haunt me, your voice, it taunts me and calls my name, only in vain and only through pain. I could no longer remain the same. Hatred was created and a picture painted, mistaken for a vacant space to occupy. But I survived. All the lies are acceptable, irrevocable. The damage that severed the inevitable, loss of divinity, and the simplicity of our symmetry. I cannot envision surpassing this level, unbeveled. I struggle every day. I pray and I cry, but not in plain sight. I hide and silence the tears shed. I needed a friend that I didn't have to pretend, led to believe you were it for me, but I see all the turmoil within. So many sins and burdens uncoiled. I've been soiled from the inside out. How could I ever be proud? at the sound of being pounded to the ground. I was bound and not allowed to frown or show any weakness. Hold it all together even when you're under the weather. It's much better to separate my brain from my body, compartmentalize so there's no surprise. Otherwise, I'd be criticized and individualized to my demise. The wise would not sympathize. My eyes covered in rose-colored glass from a past that I could not outlast. I crashed into you, hoping that you'd stay true. The rules of engagement, they were not few. Your view and opinion of me diminished if something was left unfinished or unsatisfactory. Never good enough for your love. I'm unhinged and cringe at the thought that I meant nothing. Please, won't you just accept me for me? Love me unconditionally was my only plea, but I was treated like a flea, crushed like a bug, not given the hugs I needed. I heeded with caution, but I got really nauseous. All these obnoxious provocations lost within my subconscious. I'd forgotten how hollow it feels to not follow your heart. Did my part to never let my guard down, wearing armor and a mask way before there were even masks. The task it took for me to be able to look at myself in the mirror, I hear her looking back at me, ridiculing and calling me ugly, disgusting. Well, I must be, as many times as I heard it and felt it. I could not be set free, not the real me, but you did. Somehow you believed, you achieved with interest and effort, listening and attention and affection were given as presents. They were true gifts, but I needed your presence right here in the moment in order to grasp what happened to me. I was finally free to unpack the boxes of my past, the intricacies of who I once was before the world got a hold of me. I found reprieve, safety in your arms and heart, but only for a little bit of time, all on my dime, but you shined like a diamond. It reminded me of who I wanted to be despite the distress. You saw me in all my flaws, and I wanted to be just like you. I thought I was grown, but quickly I was shown all I did was let you down. Every time I didn't live up to your expectations, all the yelling was unrelenting. Again and again, you threw out my key, dismissing me, but making me submissive. I couldn't kiss you even though I really, really missed you. I wished so many times to just have another moment by your side so I didn't have to hide or close my eyes. The prize was your time, the most precious commodity. In all honesty, it was extremely costly. It almost cost me my life a few times. My heart pounded out of my chest and I could not suppress or catch my breath. I needed to rest from all the stress. I always felt so pressed for time, a never-ending paradox of how much longer we might have or not have. Are you my other half, or are we like the sun and the moon, rarely seen in the same sky, but sometimes we rise at the same time, an eclipse that's magical, and I unravel. Every time I'm in your arms, I crumble. We travel to places I only ever dreamed of being. Seeing the look on your face, I was beaming. It was so freeing, believing we couldn't be dreaming. Maybe in another life or at another time, I didn't want to be left behind, but I know in time I'll be forgotten. I wish there was a way to stop it, stop time for a moment, so I could bask in the moments that took my breath away in a good way. I'll stay by your side or behind you or hidden deep down underneath, wherever you need me to be, as long as I can remain someone in your life. I'm sorry for all the strife I never intended to cause. I'll pause and collect my thoughts, evolve and move on. That's the only way I can recall how not to fall. I will not stall or hinder, but I may linger a little too long. If I'm wrong, at least there's still a song of our bond within me. Your voice and words carry an echo long after you're gone. I hear you in my ear, whispers in the wind pinned. Whatever, whenever, however, forever. I'll never, ever be able to sever that kind of connection. And that collection of our best memories, I keep them within me. Thank you.
So let me just say something real quick. First off, welcome to Open Minds. And I think I speak for everyone here. We want you here every Friday. That was amazing. We loved it. We need to see more of you. We need to hear more of you. That line
Thank
about
you.
being forgot, it reminded me of the poem that I read earlier, man. Like, like, fuck it. Why?
There's
why
like
the fuck
multiple
not?
things that have been said
Yeah.
that I pulled out of
Yeah,
there.
right? It's
I was like,
crazy, bro,
not
how
just
we
you,
all,
but
the
other poets.
synchronicity.
It's just-
Yeah, the
it's cool when that happens.
synchronicity, man, that just like lines up, dude. Like we're all on the same wavelength, man. Like, welcome to Open Minds. You belong here. If that's not proof enough, I don't know what is, right? So
Thanks.
yeah, just everybody unmute yourself.
Thanks
And
for this
again,
space.
welcome.
Superb work,
Appreciate
Crystal.
love.
Really, just superb.
Wow.
Yeah.
Love, love,
Come
love.
back.
Stunning.
Thanks for being here and sharing.
Yeah, to marry the writing with like the emotional truth and what it takes to just get that out and you put it in form, like
Yeah.
that takes courage. And it's hard to applaud somebody for bleeding on the mic, but God damn it, like you were honest and sincere.
In your voice,
You were
bro,
honest
just
and
that
sincere.
emotion, like
Like,
just
good shit. Good shit.
crushed it, man. Crushed it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing such
I
a
hope
deep piece,
everybody
man,
will
such
be
a-
that vulnerable.
Well, we all are, man. Like we come back next Friday. You'll see everyone here. Like I said, this is a space, a safe place for people, we family here, man. Like we all love each other here. Is it when I say like, yo, fam, I love y'all, like Open Minds, family, all that. I'm not lying. Like we all come back week out. We got, and if you look at the list, man, we got some pretty cool people that show up. Not everybody's here tonight, but catch us any Friday. You're gonna see a bunch of cool ass real people. And we just love that shit. So coming up next though, we've got another one of the Open Mind staples, part of the fam, Terri Rose. Me and Terri go way back. Yo, we be chilling after party after. The first night I met her, me, her, and Chanson hung out for like 5 hours, I think it was. And my wife was finally like, I gotta go to sleep. You're being loud as fuck in the living room. And I was like, all right, I gotta go, guys. Like, but we were just hanging out, having a great time. And I got her freestyling one night, actually. So Terri is a rapper, in case y'all didn't know. So she may say no, but I don't know, bro. There was magic on that mic. So yeah, if you could bless us with some words now, though, we would appreciate it, Terri. Thank you so much for being here.
I have a book. It's called The Chameleon Chronicles, and I was going to read 2 out of the book. So this is called The Calling. When I was in the 3rd grade, approximately 8 years old, I was mandatorily required to attend church every day except Saturday. Children, as the rule of the day, were to be seen and not heard. I could not voice my displeasure or risk getting a beating with the belt for back talking. Punishment was corporal. DCP&P did nothing back then. If I dare buck the system. Having independent thoughts were always risky and never fully understood by my elders. As I grew, I learned about the Holy Order and thought perhaps that if I was good enough that God would take me in and save me from my sin and the rest of the world, which seemed so corrupted to me at the time. I tried to be good. I did everything the nuns told me. I prayed hard. I meditated on God's creation, but not his word, because that was only for the highly educated priests who had the calling and could interpret all the symbolic and secret languages penned by the saints of God. I asked myself the question, could I be a saint? My family said, no way. Why was that idea so far out there? Weren't the priests and the nuns at one time someone's sons or daughters? Were they not human or transformed into something greater? I would not give up my quest. I wore the scapula. It was blessed. was instructed that if I never took it off, that I would automatically go to heaven. I told my mom when she asked why I would never take it off, but she seemed to be annoyed by my answer. My mom had a general annoyance with all things associated with the church at the time. She, for one, did not believe that we had to attend Catholic school. I remember my parents disagreeing about many things back then before the divorce. However, I knew I had the calling and no one was going to tell me otherwise. When I mentioned this to the Holy Order, they didn't take it seriously. When I mentioned it to my mother, she just laughed and said, "No woman in this family could ever be a nun." She said I would not understand this until I was older.
Oh, I love that last line.
Right? Well, my mother, if you ever met her, you would be in love with my mother. She's very much a character.
Yeah, oh, I'd love to meet her one day. Maybe I'll get a chance.
Yes, she's actually coming here sometime. I guess she keeps threatening that she's going to come here sometime this month, but she doesn't show up. But she keeps telling me. But anyway,
Yeah.
so
My wife and I
I don't
plan
want
on
to
traveling around the states and personally visiting everybody in Open Minds. And so once we get our fifth wheel or RV, whatever we end up getting, and we go traveling, we gonna stop by everywhere from coast to coast.
All right,
We gonna
cool.
see
Get the
everybody.
caravan going.
Yeah. All right, yeah, if
I
you could
just
bless
have
us
one
with
more
another one.
piece. And this is going to leave you a little bit on a low note, but this is how I lost the calling. So the question comes to mind, when did I lose the calling? I think it happened when I was making my first Holy Communion. I sat hands folded in church with many other crispy white lace dress hopefuls. We were contestants for the Little Brides of Christ, all set to be married at the tender age of 8. Get them while they're young, the church says. Train a child in the way he should go, and they will never depart from it. That is biblical, although I didn't realize it at the time. Anyway, the nuns were in charge of this group. Who better? The group was large, from at least 3 other churches. I spotted my cousin, who I rarely saw away from this place. Something inside me got so excited to see her that I couldn't keep quiet. I was a child, excited to see someone who meant something to me. Why was this such a travesty? Why was it forbidden to speak in church? Nevertheless, I was spotted. My invisibility became visible to all, to everyone. My safety was exposed for all to see, to remember or forget for the rest of their lives. I did forget this until recently, when my mind regained its clarity after years of alcohol abuse. At that moment, I was called out of my seat to the front of the church to be made an example of. Who dared speak when not spoken to in the church? The pounding of the nun's hand beating me unmercifully in front of all my peers, family, and friends must have been just as hard to watch as it was to experience. The hot, streaming tears evaporated immediately off my beet red face, with me screaming for her to stop and crying out the phrase, "I have to go to the bathroom." Regardless, there was no stopping her, because after all, the point must be made. After a short while, which seemed like hours, the floodgates let loose and hot streams of urine rushed out all over me, her, and the floor. The other nuns involved, by not being involved in that spectacle, asked her to stop. They took me away to the principal's office, where I cried uncontrollably the entire time I was there. They said they called my grandmother to come and bring me a pair of underwear. I could not regain my composure. I was asked to go clean up the mess I made in the church. I remember going there with paper towels, and amidst the gasps and sobs, I attempted to wipe up my embarrassment and humiliation off the floor. Again, for all to watch, and I was once again reminded of what it meant to be married to God.
Yo,
My
that
book.
one, buy her book. There's so many good poems in it. She reads them all the time here, and like, oh, she's so good. I love it. Everybody, real quick, before you unmute,
Trauma
I
of
need to.
childhood in the Catholic
Yeah,
Church, it should be called.
yeah. You can ask my mom on this one. When I was in preschool, I had to use the bathroom, and I asked the lady, "Can I use the bathroom?" And she said, "No, it's nap time. You have to lay down and take a nap." I said, "But I have to really pee." She said, "No, it's nap time." I said, "Okay." So I stood in front of the locked bathroom door and peed myself and then began to cry. I was like 4 or 5 years old, right? So embarrassing. Standing there doing the pee-pee dance, all came out. They called my mom, she had to come pick me up. And I was like, F that bitch, right? Like, why did she just let me pee? Like, I understand why you did, because you was getting the shit slapped out of you, but like, I feel you, man. I feel you on that one. That poem touched me somewhere deep down past my heart, somewhere in the bladder area there.
Oh yeah, right below the navel.
Yeah. That hit me right below the navel right there. Everybody, unmute yourselves.
Well, let me tell you what. You know, this was a long time ago, and I am just praying or hoping that things have improved somewhat. But when my child, who is now 21 or 22 now, when he was going to school, they wouldn't let him go to the bathroom either. Like, if they don't feel like letting you go to the bathroom, they have, you know, they don't let you go. And I had a fit. I went in there and I raised hell.
So
they let him go after I was done with
How you
them.
gonna do that to a young kid, right? Like, everybody's got to go to the
You have to
bathroom, man.
advocate for your kids, man, because
Yeah,
some of these
right.
teachers are on power trips.
Yeah, they're kind of like the
They're
police
those
in that
nuns
way,
were
man.
power tripping back in the day.
Yeah, they're like, oh, we can do whatever we want because we're picked
And
on.
they're in charge of little children, which is it's a
Yeah,
terrible thing. Yeah, it's
right?
terrible.
Well, I mean, the police are in charge of little children too, but you
Yeah,
know, but they just beat the piss out of us, those guys, right?
yeah. We need to rise up.
Yeah,
We, like you said, fuck this. We need to rise up.
right. We
Anyway,
just all
thank
need.
you for
I
letting me
figure we're
share.
all poets. No problem. We're all poets. We all have something to say, right? I could stand up and shout till my vocal cords give out, but if all of us get together and shout as one big pack, someone's gonna hear it. I truly feel by us doing this on a weekly basis, not just here, but at every open mic that goes on, all these people sharing all this love and realness and heartbreak and tragedy and just getting out there and just saying the words, right? Like, we are the voice of our generation, and we need to come together so we can roar loud enough to make a difference. Straight up. Everybody, real quick, unmute and give some love for Terri Rose.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see you in New York.
May God have mercy.
Oh, there's a hug coming for you too. If you're seeing Gustav in New York, me and Catalyst got a big old hug coming for you too. Gustav, you're gonna be our hug
Thank you,
ambassador.
everybody.
You hugging everybody. Everybody you see, give them a big old hug for yourself, and then one for me, and then one for Catalyst. Y'all each get 3 hugs. All right, coming up, we have just an amazing poet. I already know it. Just by looking at their face, I could tell you right now, they are just full of some words. They got the Northern Lights behind them kicking. I don't know where they're from, but like, yo, we get the Northern Lights. I'm up here in Canada. I've seen them things for real. And Love Infinite is so great to meet you. Before you get started, though, we like to do some when, you know, it's the first time you hear. Everybody unmute yourself. Give a big open mind, open arm, open heart welcome to Love Infinite.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Yes.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Heard you in a
Glad
while.
you're here. Welcome.
Glad you found your
Let's
way here.
go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so glad you found your way here. You could
Also,
bless us
speak-
with some words, we'd appreciate it.
Okay. Honestly, I don't know where to start. Ooh, y'all done blew my mind today. I don't even know where to start, really. Now, there's one that I wrote specifically during here. That's what I'm going to start with. So this one's called Life. It's Time You Pay Me. And so I'm going to read that one first. Life, it's time you paid me. I paid my dues in purple tears and purple hearts. How many times have I picked up the bill, handing over truckfuls of toil, buckets of blood since 6th grade when you shocked me with the surprise of what I once believed to be womanhood? What a silly 11 years I was. I didn't understand your message then, but oh, how I get you now. Allow me to command you now, my friend. 25 years now, and knowing all I know, Better yet, let me respect you, dear frenemy. I want to keep you closer than any other consciousness that could approach me. I want you closer than my lover. Maybe you are that too. Perhaps I have no enemies at all. Right, I hear you now. Life is all what I believe, and quote me, love, I have no enemies, just adoring fans, just inspired friends, just so many lovers. Perhaps I'm polyamorous after all. There are so many I love. There's so much about you, life, to love. Oh, I love you, life. I love you so much. Allow me to command myself. I am surrounded and swimming in what mortal eyes see as wealth. God calls my existence love, and my voice reaches infinitely to the classrooms nationwide I'm asked to speak in, to the Salvation Armies like the one I sheltered at last June. Oh, life, rain down on me, your blessings, your fortunes, your warmth. May I feel it in the people you bring around me. May you place me in the center of peace where the wild things, the fellow wild hearts are. May you carry me to the heights of mountaintops that no one desired to reach, my personal destiny. I want you to take me to the valleys and the hills and the lakes and even the bottom of the sea. And I want to breathe in water and not die. Life, it's time you pay me in emotional immortality. I paid my dues in research. I've submitted to the weathering of evolution. My armpits have dominated airwaves, production of sweat, making beats that topple over whoever is #1 on Billboard's Hot 100. This week, my sacrifice is hotter than the sun my ancestors slaved in. I go outside and tell them I'm grateful it was you, because it couldn't have been me, not Trajan and Dries Duberry, but whoever I was in 1593 ain't the me you gotta pay, life. I know some things I didn't know when I revolted with Nat Turner. Dying is just as worth it as living is. Death is just as memorable, just as honorable. Death is just as beautiful, not as scary as whoever, as the life insurance ads make it seem. Dia de los Muertos. How many funerals have I avoided to make it to open minds, to hear Atlas die in front of my eyes? Who told Christopher Columbus that he discovered anything? It was only new to him, the way every poet I hear is made new to me. Life, my friend, my partner, you may have existed before me. You may have nested or bested so many, but after me, after my commandments burned by the bush, you nor Moses, nor Zion, nor Jerusalem, no, nor New York, nor New Orleans, Noah, nor the ark, Adam, nor Eve, lanterns, nor carriers of them, light, nor houses, no home, no apartment, no heart, no brain, no DNA, no genetic, non-artificial material will be the same. No, nothing will be the same. And when I'm done, no one will want to be. Life, I love you because I found a way, despite all my pain and suicidality, to change my reality, to command my perspective, to transform myself and you in every way. Life, it is time you pay me. It is time you love me infinitely. And don't you stop until I say so, until we say so. Not like this. It can't end like this. Love infinite. That's the first one.
Ooh.
Ooh, you hear it.
Wow.
Hold on. Before
That's
you read that
real
second
time
one,
writing, man. Wow.
the shout outs,
Love it.
the skill level
how you
there, the
weave that all
flow,
in
the
together.
just you felt the
Ooh.
love of the room and just combine. I really, really, really hope that you come back next Friday and the Friday after that and the Friday after that. I don't know what your work schedule is like, what your life's like, but I speak for everyone in this room right now that we want you here every Friday. You know, fucked up and start off with a poem that you wrote during the show, giving call outs, and it was amazing. Like,
thank you.
You are so talented, and we absolutely appreciate you, and we want to hear more. So yeah, if you could bless us with some words, we'd appreciate it.
I'm gonna save, I had another one, but I'm gonna save that maybe for another round. But I'm gonna jump to this one instead, since I think I just want to attack the room a little bit. So this one is called fun facts, parentheses, motherfucker. All right. I am fearless. I am victorious. Nobody can challenge me. There is nothing I can't do. I can't be held back. I can't be held down. I can't be held up. I am master of my universe. I set myself free. I am my own hero. I liberated me. I follow the North Star. The people follow me. I am a light leader. I always been free. Nothing is impossible. Nothing. At least for me, I believe in me at all costs. I'm all in. I'm trusting. I'm a fun fact. I'm a dictionary. I'm a supercomputer. I'm a genius. I'm an inventor. I'm God's healer, the earth's love, the sky's favorite drug, and time itself's last hug. I crack every maze. I jump over every ethereal hurdle effortlessly. My past is my past, and past me looks at present me and future me with eyes endearing. Look at me. I'm everything I ever dreamed to be. I'm benevolent. I'm fucking heaven sent. I'm a double agent. I work both sides for the greater good. I'm Professor Snape. I mastered defense against the dark arts 4 times. Motherfucker. I don't have to kill a soul. Mother lover. My looks kill. My ancestors war on my behalf. Be very scared. I have an army on land and sea in every astral plane. I am a soldier. I am the snake on the plane. Motherfucker, I am a shepherd. Don't you slam my gates again, motherfucker. All the animals, the insects, the water, the woods, the swamp, even loves me. I'm Viola Swamp. Watch out, motherfucker. I go outside and the sun hugs me, the rays pucker. Watch me hug it back, light licking me like a sucker. My story is a fun fact. Run that back, motherfucker. Watch them run it back. My past, a fun fact. I don't need an EGOT. I was born a winner, born sinner. Motherfucker, I win again and again, and when I lose, I win. That's a fun fact. I'm blackety fucking black. I'm mixed with rage, motherfucker. I'm so fucking exotic, Alabama born, motherfucker. I could fuck your sister, your brother, your cousin, your mother, your daddy, and stepsister, motherfucker. I was lost, but found myself again, and I don't care who don't like it. Motherfucker, I'm still here today, reading and writing a poem a 9-year-old me thought I'd never get to write. Motherfucker, I'm the biggest trigger. Motherfucker, get with it and get over it. You do you and I'ma do me. I'ma do me, motherfucker. I'm too fucking clean, motherfucker. When I say I'm green, I mean too abundant to be worried about jealousy. Motherfucker, I'm God herself. Motherfucker, that's a fun fact. Run that line, run that shit, run that doubt back, motherfucker. Cool.
Motherfucker. Yo,
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Fucking awesome.
Attack the room. I love it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Motherfucker.
That was like
Oh,
CP
I can
Joe
fuck
attack.
your brother,
put
your
those
sister,
two
your
together.
cousin, and your mother.
And,
Hey.
and you got yourself a spectrum of a writer there.
Yeah. That's what I was saying.
got
Like, oh
yourself a
shit, we done
fan
fucked up
club.
and found a sexier CP maze. CP,
That was so
you
funny.
sexy, but
That was so funny.
man, they don't kill that shit, bro.
Oh my god.
They don't kill it. They don't kill it.
If you're trying to typecast yourself, you failed.
Thank you for saying
that?
Thank
You
you.
got that? You got that? You got to break that up. Break your own mold, why don't you?
Yeah. Yo, love infinite. Thank you so much for being here. And I'll speak for the whole room when we said we want to see you here every Friday night, motherfucker. You know
Every
where to
Friday,
be at.
Yeah.
We want more. We want more.
Yeah,
Stick around for
here.
round 2 as well. Because we keep this thing rolling, man. It's Friday night, right? Ain't nobody got if you
I got shit
sitting
to do.
here, you know what I'm saying? If you sitting here on Friday and you ain't out doing it, it's Friday. You ain't gotta work tomorrow. If you gonna be here, you gonna be here. And that's what we like to do, man. Sometimes these shows, I think the longest show we did was like 8.5 hours long. So motherfucker, it started at 7 p.m. Eastern, 8 hours long. Like we be going through to 3 in the morning sometimes.
I gotta ask, how many of those motherfuckers were motherfuck her on paper? Were any
You
of
know?
those?
Oh,
All ERs?
See, that's why I like reading the words too sometimes, man, with that wordplay, yo. Like, because it could
Was
be
there an H in
motherfucker or
there?
motherfuck her. Like,
There was no motherfuck her. There wasn't actually, but funny enough, you get the
you gotta
energy.
rewrite it. Yeah, you can
Get the energy.
interchange
That's
some
the
of those motherfuckers,
underlying
motherfucker.
energy.
Yeah.
It's the unsaid H. Well, they always said that.
It's really the unsaid one. I'm happy you said that. But yeah, I try
had
not
that.
to say fuck my mama no more. Life.
And my mama's in the room right now.
Shout out to your mom.
My mama's chilling in the room, right? She's still here.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, she's still here. Yeah.
I'm here. I'm cool. I'm here. Loving it. Loving it. Come back.
Thank you.
Yeah. Please come back. That was so cool. Everybody, unmute yourself and give infinite love to Love Infinite.
Love Infinite. Amazing.
One of these days, you can. The infinite love is good, but
Yeah.
every time you got to make a decision because people are gonna want to know what's your name when they buy your book. And plus, Googling it and you gotta branding sucks, but you got to a certain degree be unique.
Yo, I think that you should exchange the I's for eights.
I changed my name in my
Do
early
Love
20s.
Infinite,
Took
but do
30
like
years for
eights
my mom to
for the
call me.
I's, right? Because it's infinity symbols, right? And eights and infinity. So you should be like Love Infinite with three eights in it, right? But I mean, cause we all want to buy your books and be able to find you on Google and all that stuff. And yeah, like Crystal says, so glad you bless us with the mic tonight. And Crystal, I'm so glad that you blessed us with the mic tonight too, man. We heard some really dope posts come out, new timers, old faces, man. I'm just so glad that y'all could come out here. I do this for the love of it, I ain't working right now. We kind of broke, but we got 2 albums that will be donated to you if you can donate to us to keep this thing going. So I posted it earlier. I'll post it again. We have 1 month to raise. I think it's like $160. I got to check on the Zoom thing again. But yeah, we're trying to raise that because we want to keep this space going. It's been almost a year now we've been doing this. I think on our 3rd show, we had Stacy Dyson featuring, which she's going to be featuring again for us. Yeah, Miss Stacy Dyson is going to be November 3rd. And followed by that, it's a maybe, depending on the schedule, but RMT, baby, we got Ron Mark Thompson from the infamous New Eurekan Poets Cafe coming to do a feature. I know he spits poetry. He just always in the background doing the tech stuff. So, yeah, we're going to have a feature coming up for that. We got so many beautiful features coming up, man. Let me just give a shout out to what's coming up next. So, next week, we got Whisper Poet. Then we're going to take a break from features and do just an open mic. And then July 28th, we got Zomkanto. Everyone loves Zomkanto. August, we got Dane Eanes, Ray Jane, Nick Paleologos, Finn Bell. September, we're going to take a full break off of features, but we'll be here for the open mics. October, we got Messiah starting us off. On the 13th, we might have Frogg Corpse, depending what he's doing. But October 13th, Friday the 13th, we gotta have Frogg in here, right? He's doing some creepy ass shit, just dropping that horror shit, right? And then Sophia Flacco, she's not here tonight. She was there. Sophia Flacco killing it. She won some awards for her last book. She's gonna be doing October 20th. November, we got Stacy Dyson, like I said, Ron Mark Thompson, Alexander, the GOAT. And then there's slots open in December. And then on December 22nd, Lantern Carrier is gonna do his 2nd feature here. Oh, Mattie, you down? December, what, you wanna do 15th? 15th? All right. Mattie's gonna be featuring December 15th. So yeah, and then coming into next year, we're gonna get Mattie's homeboy, Tino. We just my wife just edited that video the other day. I was like, man, Tino was killing it. I was like, yeah, he needs to come back. We need to holler at Mattie and get him back. And Mattie's like, well, if we feature him,
You got Tino?
we're going. I'm gonna save a
You
spot
got
for him next
Tino?
year. I haven't talked to him yet,
Oh
but
my
we're
God.
gonna get him on there. I need you to help.
Oh
I need you
my
to help me coordinate
God.
that. I need you to help me coordinate that. So yeah, but yeah, let's keep this thing rolling because we got so many more amazing poets coming up. Yo, this woman right here almost made me cry. Straight up, almost made me cry what was it, 2 weeks ago for my birthday week. Karen, as we was all sitting there, wrote me this amazing poem based off of one of the oldest stories in time. My birthday is the summer solstice, June 21st, right? It's a pagan holiday. And she just wrote this beautiful poem. And so I'm so grateful for that. That really made my birthday, man. Lantern Carrier dropped it. A few other people just came up with birthday poems for me, and it was beautiful. It was so beautiful. We got some people leaving. Goodbye. We love you all. But we're gonna keep this show going. So Karen, if you could unmute yourself and bless us with some words, we would appreciate it.
I'm unmuted. Is this, I couldn't hear what was going on. It was all freezing up. So I will try. I hope, can you hear me? Oh,
Yeah.
you can hear me. Okay. I'm not sure I can hear you, but that's fine. If this cuts out,
If you
it's just
start to
'cause
break
my
out,
Zoom is not working.
yeah, if you
So
start to
that
break
was
up, just turn the
absolutely
video
incredible.
off.
Love it.
Oh fuck, I fucked her up by saying that. I shouldn't have said that. Okay.
This is a little different from what we've been getting. This is the tower on the hill. The tower on the hill is misted in fog as the consciousness of our world remains blind, still climbing through mist, carrying its packages tied in ignorance to throw into murky depths. Blind consciousness slips on wet stones, seeking the summit, carrying burdens of blindness, burdens of deaf and dumb humanity. Marinages of truth hide in the shadows, seeking to extricate themselves from slavery, of ignorance and history, seeking to find ways out of war and inequities, hiding in fog, waiting for dissipation, observing packages tied in ignorance, falling to the ocean depths, floating among crashing waves, crushed in rocks of millennia, massive rocks of hate, still teething. And my last one, see, totally different genre. So this is, this one I wrote for another, someone wanted to talk about decay. So I wrote rotten to the core. Rotten to the core, I thought as I pared the old kumquats, peeled away thick outer skins, carved out black spots and rotting fruit, savoring a few delicious morsels left behind. Is that so bad? Rotten to the core. Isn't that how life begins? Regenerating itself from decomposing matter, life evolving from a compost heap or rotten fruit, flung out days or weeks too early plump, rejected sweetness too soon ripe, seductive temptress for each worm or insect happening upon its naked skin, flung upon an earthen divan, ready to be plucked or plunged upon by bugs, birds, squirrels, creeping things, creeping into, curling into sweet and yielding flesh, anticipating rotting life, earth's yeasty pastry rolled in soil, discarded humus, fecund waste, baking under winter crusts to break into a green explosion, sliding from regenerating rot.
Yes.
Yo,
Yes.
what? Everyone unmute.
Wonderful.
Give it
Yeah.
up for Karen. That was, oh, I love that.
Mine.
Volume problems, but you got swagger. Love it.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't tear my own personal heart out and give it to you, but I do cry for the earth, and I do feel a lot of what is important to all of us. So thank you very much for putting up with me. I can't stay any longer, but I know you'll have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much, Karen, for coming out. We really appreciate that. Just every time you get on that mic, it's so inspiring. The words you use, the way that you use them.
Thank you.
It's
Thank
just,
you, everyone.
You're strictly an inspiration, and I just adore you so much. Thank you for coming out. We really appreciate it. We hope to see you again next Friday. So coming up next, keeping the show moving, we got Principe. Principe, you still in here? Yup, Principe. Hey, yo, they got the dope. Yo, y'all need to follow Principe on Instagram. Once you're done with your poem, drop that Instagram. Y'all need to follow him. They be dropping some dope poetry on. You think you catch him? We get like a poem a week. Hit up the Instagram. You're gonna see a lot more. We absolutely love you. You're part of Open Minds. Principe, if you could bless us with some words, we'd appreciate it.
This poem is called Under a Spell. The uncontrollable red impulse boils on the inside of my body as if I'm ready to lose it all. Is it worth the risk? To be honest, no. There's more to life than these temporary feelings conflicting with my future. Gullibility has to be my middle name. It's what's inside of me. Gullibility, impulsivity, and rage got me in a cage, got me trapped in its life-sucking chambers. I'm chained. All these things coat me with its tangible feelings. I'm overfond with its offerings, but hate the control it has on me. That's my piece right there.
Ooh, Principe, hey, you've been coming through for some time now, and each poem I hear, man, that shit getting doper and doper and doper. It's inspiring me to write better. Like you're gonna surpass all of us, and we just gonna be like transcended every time you open that mouth. We just love it. Everybody unmute and give it up for Principe.
Woo!
More,
Yes.
Yeah.
more.
Yeah.
You got another one for us? I know you only usually
Not
go
right
one
now,
poem
no.
this week. No? All right, y'all gotta follow on Instagram. Put that Instagram in there. Y'all follow them on Instagram. There's plenty of poetry on there. Y'all want more? Y'all gotta get on the IG. We gonna keep this thing rolling though. We got plenty more poets. I don't know if Atlas is coming back for an encore, but even if he doesn't, it's such a great feature, and we're gonna keep rolling on to a round two. So coming up next, we got my brother right here. Yo, this man has inspired me. He's he's a literary genius. Like just chatting with him, like I'll call him up randomly and we'll sit there for like 4 or 5 hours just chatting about bullshit, about life, about poetry, about words, about whatever. We got none other than Frogg Corpse himself. Frogg, if you could unmute yourself and bless us with some words, brother, I would appreciate it.
First date. I fucked her blinks with one sentence. If home was where the heart is, then you I'd surely live in. Are you coming back with me? Or do you want to end the weekend? My place or yours? I'll still miss you while at both of them. Second date. I woke up right where I needed to be, face down in her creases, wanting years, not seasons, while being tied up in her arms. Our bodies stateside, bearing road maps drawn by palms, kissing the beats which assisted their breathing as a last caress made by fingered drawings. I've missed you. And that was my first profession. Two hearts whose moods aroused by being, the Fahrenheit of skin, raising pulse and the linen, and our tossing and turning of sheets. Although sleep is pleasurable, I was well too enamored when admiring the beauty that laid before me, staring back attentively, eye to eye, within naked reach, effortlessly moving with each blink, the glinting pierce, facing all fear by the softest of touch, the squeezing with want, in the heat and the steam of the city. Awaking to her was a reality in its reeling, beyond the genesis of its dreaming, sounding a clock in a heart-shaped box, awaiting dual sparks to go off, the countdown, a real ting. She stands at the door now. So what does it mean when I already miss her before the leaving? It's all right if you love me. It's all right if you don't. I'm not afraid of you running away, honey. I get the feeling you won't. Don't pet.
Fucking Frogg, bro. I
Awesome.
love you, brother. I absolutely do. Everyone unmute and give it up for Frogg Corpse.
Frogg Corpse, yeah.
Whoa. Whoa.
Ribbit, 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 ribbit.
I love when he does them like sensual poems too, man. He just like, ooh. I was
Does
drooling
that
for a minute there.
so
I usually don't drool listen to poetry, but there's a little almost had to scoop it up, man. It's crushing it, Frogg. Thank you so much, man. If you got another short piece you want to share with us, man, we got time before we're going around too.
Let's hear another. Kick up the volume a touch, though, if you could. I'd love it.
Yeah.
That was quiet. Maybe it's my iPad or whatever, but
That's just his voice.
All right. Check this. This one is Summer Solnon from Midsummer. Brocken shelves, watchtowers cold, a tithe by oak of smoke to croft, washing hands to cleanse the year, stamping mirth as ox eyes wilt, pressing steps upon the west, droving bands with the maypole dancers, shucking, cleaning, tossing dry, bell jar, ribbon, salting driver, sounding being alpine mower, live and light by Beltane bowers, the Rhine, the vine, the fruit so sour, wine from head, fuck St. John's fire, the rolling wheel, poisons well, an orphan welcome that thresholds protected, 7 flowers pillowed dreams, gazing nude for the future kings, reflecting suitors on whose subject formed, a cycle vital for life to flourish. Seed and palm and blessings bloom, midsummer swings by magical movement, a skill by craft betwixt illusion, breathing wheat for the next bride chosen, and burn the witch in celebration as a Christian pastime from pagan pages, so far from ferns born along eternal bog where pupils snore, carnelian rings ornately shine, Kabbalistic wars will never douse these fires, the birch, the limbs, the log, the sticks, a canopy of ash, sundered ember scent. Torches stand by Yeshua's hold, kneel to the cross as the solstice is stolen. Are the old gods here? Nay, they live no more. They all died censored by Vatican lore. This devil feeds by a field once sown, by the hearths and they're burning from the cinders they'll float. Lord of the forest, hunter by bow, soul feast with Anya and Demeter, Theros and Apollo, blue of the green, the horned god of stook straw, caroling, Caranix belting a bellicose roar. Eusi sparks nab mortal thrones, mischievous grabs for their lies on soil, the price to pay of fire and void to the defiers and believers and those shunned from the earth by this right that they name the sun reborn to reclaim and force, so no dragon soars in the seat their spinnings to have their gods dethroned, a dream built everlasting on blood and bone, carved from the peaks of mountainous shoals, and should the etchings be washed, will they be passed down by tongue? Those marching sheep whom observe Crucian fables, put knees to ground, face first in prayer. Their Lord cannot construct a table nor shelter over maiden and my mother, for thy crone is thy maker. Oft we offer bread and left the leavening for specters, turning dices from a day by a candlelit from Vesta. Yarrow she clover protected by Aesir, feasting for the dead as the mound is the taker. In the month of Juno, under Freya's ignited heather, brewing idleness and love, wielding its charm as a champion. Meadows turn to folly when Holly's crowned victor. Minutes morph into seconds when casted by sentence. So mugwort at the
Louvre strokes the hours into swimmers with midnight on the rock painting glances from a lake bed.
Yo, Frogg. Killing it, bro. I fucking love you, brother. We need to chat more too, because I need to learn more from you. I need to learn more from you. The delivery, your vocabulary, just everything, man. On mute and give it up for Frogg Corpse.
Frogg Corpse, that was incredible, fantastic.
Thank you. Great work. Good writing. Good. Yeah, just you got skills. You got skills.
Yeah.
Skills of the soul.
That's it.
Keep the pen moving.
Yo,
Love
and
the
that
vocabulary was going crazy.
right. Yo, and that round 2 list was kind of wrong because I forgot to do the first half of round 1, and Sing was still there. Out of the first half of round 1, Gustav was the only one left, so he's actually gonna be sparking off round 2. But before we do that, we got CP Mays. This man is amazing. CP, he bless us with some words.
Hey everybody. I think it's a good I think it's a good cause to keep this going. So yeah, I'm willing to donate my first album. My wife said she's gonna kick in an album. $10. We'll donate both albums. Let's keep this going. So I have 2 poems. One was a writing prompt. The second one is a buddy of mine. I'm covering one of his poems, and he's one of the most amazing people. He's like my brother from a different colored mother. Like, he's pretty awesome. So here's my piece. The writing prompt was, he was waiting for something, a black train from behind, or a side swipe from the wind. I chose he was waiting for something. When he first met you, he was a heart car crash, spinning out of control, doing donuts around his halo. Fetching funny bone babes didn't crack apart his faith in the love of God, they would just fracture it. Punchline jokes into joints where angels' wings once wore his heart on sleeve, it couldn't be found anymore. Bartender, bring him 2 stiff shots of Jesus, some Jack Daniels, and a heaven hold me close as a chaser. You can kiss his heart, just don't leave lipstick. Lovers can't cover their cold shoulders on his cheeks. Prove love costs too much if your heart's heartbeats are too heartbroken to cover expensive heart taxes. Proves credit card charges can't cover Cupid's most fashionable arrows, even if they're out of season. Proves he was just beautiful's alarm clock snooze button he couldn't come back from. He was a hallelujah's hangover, brass knuckle fist fight with karma was something to be proud of. He was addicted to food for thought, kisses on forehead before the future leaves, lock the front door. He was a lover of ladies who wouldn't let him down for his easy egos too high to find themselves, deserved it. Don't get me wrong. Beautiful women love the way his smile could light up a room. Don't get me wrong. He was a handsome hurricane that wore shot glasses for his eyes in the storm, had bad vision. Don't get me wrong. Sexy was the twin sister of every soul he ever slept in bed with. For he was a God needs to cover his can't raise the bar tab for. He was the lover boy, lover of women who loved ladies with tornadoes for tongues. For he was a part-time hero who kept his uniforms in the cleaners and a pocket knife in his boots for bones. He had to pick with the future. He loved his I nearly wish you well. Time, you can rob me of my pride, but my passion you can never take. Oh.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah.
Passion you can never take.
Fuck yeah.
Even if you handed
Love
me your
it.
passion, I don't think I could take it, bro. I would just drop that shit, be too heavy. I would just it slip right out between my fingers, bro. I'd have to drop it. It would bust through the earth, man. Someone in China would end up with it.
Word. My buddy, I hit him up about, I don't know, 30 or 40 minutes before this mic started. And I was busy. I'm doing this thing for a dope poet. So I got caught up in doing that, lost track of time. Shout outs to Mattie, who hit me up and reminded me of what was going on. This poem I've never read before. He sent it to me after the fact, said he reread it and it made him cry. He went through a terrible divorce and stayed at my loft for a couple of months, and he cranked this out one of the nights we were creating music. It's called The Dance, composed by my guy, Mania Rosen, a poet who's so phenomenal. He changed his first name.
Yo, Mania is sick, bro. Yeah.
Because that was his pen name, and he felt as if his real name didn't apply anymore. Mania was what he
So
was.
he legally changed it to Mania?
Yeah.
Yo, that's my boy. What? Hey.
So here's this poem, and I'm gonna let it, it's gonna take control of me because I never read it before, so we see where I can take it. It's called The Dance. Satan's spawned thoughts are tap dancing on the treachery of my basket case scenario. Sounds like the silence. I lost my mind and before I found myself so fucking short of glory. If I turned off the soundtrack to my storm-drained life, I'll still just a disco ball for these demons, bouncing lasers off the lost hopes and red letter blasphemy of a good book born again broken. People said light was a place of refuge, but I disagree because there's a light in her eyes that I can't survive from this distance. And don't tell me to love is to let go and watch for a return, because I've let go and I've been burned too many times to believe in magic without a black bag operation. All I am is what I was when we were us. And now, as an invisible eye in this room, there are too many open wounds to wear these salty tears with any dignity because it hurts too much. And I'm too much of a pussy to be a dick about the whole idea of time apart. I've heard there's beauty in a bird's eye view, and I almost had the balls to see it through, but my face first is already concrete. So this window pane is probably just another death tease, and I'm already falling too hard to think that jumping would leave me any better off. I know what it costs to love like there's no tomorrow, and still believe tomorrow is a chance to love harder still. I know how it feels to be a mind over matter and wear my hell on my sleeve. But even if heaven doesn't believe in this broken mold, I should still be able to hold something sweeter than my bitter heart, closer than my suicidal thoughts, tighter than my chest in these moments. I don't know how to right these wrongs, even though I've been a pen against the wind before. I've been a god of war in a time of peace. Shit, mania. And now I'm a grandfather clock in a time of peace. By pieces falling away. Too many days I've drawn breath in a better place to be back in this waste of space. Slow boiling madness, trying to measure my sanity in sound bites and cigarettes. I've got nothing left for this labored life but a few last resort and some long nights. There's a knife in arm's reach who already knows the taste of my skin. And I'm so close to giving in to another blood-borne pathogen buffet. How do you say the word scar in a language as unspoken as love? How do you say anything without action in a world so cold and unmoved? But if I can see it, if I can carve it into existence in this flesh and bone, at least I'll have shown myself that someone was committed to this fucking relationship. Home by Mania Rose. Thank you, guys.
Yo. Hey man, I wish she was here to see that tonight, man. I'm excited to get this one edited. Yeah, I did have, yo, he's like knife in arm's reach. I'm like, yo, I got that though, right? Hey, I wish Mania was here. to hear that. Yo, he showed up a few times. Remember that one time too, round two, it was like he was coming up and he had left. And so I sent a message on Zoom here. I was like, yo, CP, man, Mania's coming up next, bro. Get him back. Within like 30 to 40 seconds, Mania was back and spit some sick ass poem. And he's like, yo, y'all gotta thank my wife for letting me hop back on because she came home from work. And we was all like, thank you so much. And she's like, no problem. We're like, yo, we needed to hear that. Like, thank you so much for letting him come back and spit that with us. Yo, and I hope he's here next week. I'm excited for him to hear your rendition of that poem. Like, he's so dope, man.
Yeah,
he's so dope. Thank you for bringing him through, man. That's like, what is it? Concrete Generation, right?
Yes, sir. We're about like 30 or 40 poets. No, 30 or 40 artists, poets, sculptors, painters, playwrights.
Well, what's up, man? Can my wife and I join?
Well, it takes like it takes a lot to go. Like, no, I'm just playing. Like, it just we just so happen to come together. Like,
yeah.
kind of
No,
like
that's fine, man. I like just being around y'all
Harlem
here.
Beat
over mine,
Generation.
man.
We just kind of organically, like, just came together, and art saved our lives. So, yeah, I'll tell them that y'all felt the poem for sure. Okay, I'm ready to hear some more shit.
All right, let's keep this thing going, man. Before we do that, though, everybody unmute yourself and give it up for CP Mays.
CP Mays!
CP amazing.
You're wow.
Delivery crazy.
So dope.
Delivery inspiring. Like that makes me next round. Like it makes me want to get up out my body. I like that.
Yeah.
Do it.
This man is globally ranked as a performance poet. Like he's been traveling the world, just fucking stages up, man. And this man the other day, we had to go off recording for a little bit. And we shared some stories and some poems, and he straight up heard a story that I told about my mom's, and he's like, the petition's in, the polls are in. Your mom is my new spirit animal. I was like, what? Like, you know how fucking cool that shit is, bro. What? Like, you're CP's spirit animal? Like, I'm so jealous.
Mom is so
jealous.
gangster though. Mom
She
can
is,
like
bro.
cook you a meal and then cut you short.
yeah.
Like, mom is gangster.
Yeah, she done been through some shit, but hey, it takes one to make one, right? But yeah, man, that's so cool, man. I think that's so cool, dude. Cause I'm a mama's boy, right? Like I love my mom and I love you. So the fact you sent me that message, you're like, yo, pass this message to your mom. You're like, the petition's in. Yo, mom's my new spirit animal. And I was just like, oh shit. I told my wife that shit. Yo, Catalyst started tripping. She's like, what? Like, anyways, man, I appreciate you, brother. I love you. Thanks for offering this music to get these donations going so we can keep this thing rolling. Because I don't got money to pay for the Zoom next month. Hopefully we'll get enough to. If not, I'll see y'all when I see y'all. But you know, we're gonna keep this thing going, man. I believe in it. I believe everyone pitches in $10 or whatever. Like, you know, we got this. Yeah, coming up next though, we got this man said he wasn't a musician. The vote has been cast last week during Elemental's feature. Elemental said it. I said it, CP said it, everybody, Skip said it, everybody in the room, everybody who was in that room, we all agreed that you can no longer say you're not a musician. And I go, oh, no. He's like, no, I know musicians. I don't even know the scales. I just fucking tap my fingers on the ivories and just magic happens. That's what a musician is. I don't know how to read poetry or write poetry, but somehow I do it. I'm not a poet. You know, CP's not a poet. We just do it. It comes out of us. It works through us. So CC, if you could unmute yourself. I see you got two cameras. I don't know what you're planning here, but you hooked up twice to two machines, man. Like, I'm excited to hear what you got going for us. So if you can unmute yourself and bless us with some music, some words, whatever you got for us, man, we ready.
There it is. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the two thing is in order to play this, do this whole thing with the keys and a thing, I need to use this device, and because it has original sound and the cell doesn't. But you can't comment and text on this thing, so I have to open a second one on the phone, and that's the story of why there's two.
That's what
And
Lantern
so-
does. He's like, I have one for performing and one for reading the chat and commenting and stuff.
Yeah, and then there's the laptop, which the Zoom died, which I fixed just in time for Paul's feature on Wednesday over at Stone Soup. That was remarkable. If you guys can catch the
I know I
rerun.
missed that. I hope I get.
Yeah,
that.
it's
on YouTube, right?
It's somewhere out there. Chad, I'm not
It was
sure where Chad puts
awesome.
But,
It was
yeah,
awesome.
go to Paul. Paul will find the link, and I'll find the
Skip,
link.
yeah, if you could
touch with
shoot
me.
off the link into the chat for everybody, Skip, because I really wanted to make it, but I got out of town friend from Florida. We up here in Alberta, Canada, so he's like out of like he traveled a long way, so like I have I've been a little preoccupied, but we still doing our thing. We still listen to people. We still loving it, and I wanna hear it, Paul. So if you could drop that link, man, we'd appreciate it.
See, I'll try to do it. It's just that if I open a browser with a Zoom on at the same time, I'm going to run into trouble. But
Well, then how about this? How about
I'll
this?
figure it out. We'll figure it out.
Yeah,
We'll figure it out.
we'll either find the link, or if you shoot me the link on IG after the show, I'll make an Instagram post about it. So this way, everyone
Cool.
on the Instagram can watch.
Yeah, cool. I'll see if I can get it.
It sounds great.
I'll get it.
CC.
And if it's on YouTube, which I think it was on Facebook Live, but on YouTube you could set the timing so it starts right at the thing. Because
Okay.
in order for me to pull this off, the guy who usually hosts started it, and then 9 minutes later it actually started. So there's like 10 minutes of before the thing. Anyway, we'll take care of that. Let me get over here.
Yeah, tickle them ivories, baby. Tickle them ivories.
So this song I've done before, and I'm gonna do it again because this song is fucking. It won't leave me alone. It rips my heart out. It heals shit, and it breaks me down, and I can't get away from it. And so I'm just gonna keep doing it until I figure out where it has to go. So I understand last week. I appreciate the intervention. I'm really trying not to say that I'm a lyric writer. Oh, I slipped it in there, motherfucker. I think I will not die today, although I just may melt away into a dream that's here to say, love, stay, and I'll stay with you. I think I will not die today, although I just might cry today, and yes, my tears may fall to see love free from all the harmful thoughts I made. Oh, I think I will not die today. Then doubt itself throws choice my way, yet it's as simple as you being here, and no one can ever own love. Oh no, I think I will not die today. As I go through no love with just my face on a stage, as bare as no one's here, where there's no reason left to leave my life. Oh, I think I will not die today. I had no idea joy could feel this way. No idea alone could fill the air, while every exhale gives voice to there is no one missing. I think I will not die today. And fear exposed just runs away, and nothing lonely fills my heart, and all I hear is laughter. Lift life up! Oh, I think I will not die today. I think I will not die today. Oh, I just may melt away into a dream that's here to say, love, stay. And I'll stay with you. See, I told you.
Yo.
Fuck me, okay? This is my thing. That's my thing.
That
I didn't cry this time.
Oh, you
But
held
thank
it in.
you, Cece.
You're
I
very
cried a little
welcome.
bit.
You're very
Oh.
welcome. It's
Progress
just
today, yeah.
Can you do me a favor and just play that first 15, 20 seconds again? That little piano
You
intro
like-
that you did.
you like that little.
Like I want that on one, you know those little music boxes that you crank up and it plays, you know, it spins the little things, and I want that in a music box. I want that on a music box. You need to make that for me. Cece, I want a tiny carved wooden box with the little thing that, you know, when you crank it, it plays that tune.
Okay, so we need a music box maker. Put the word out.
I'll put the word. I'll reach the tentacles out. I got a guy for that. And if I don't got
All
a guy
right.
for that, I got a guy. A guy that'll get me
That's
guys
right,
for
that
that.
knows a guy. It knows a guy that's gonna
Yeah,
get you
yeah.
a guy.
Yeah, exactly. I got a guy that gets me guys for that. You know.
Yeah.
I need a. If I don't got a guy for it, it gets it. CP's
CP,
like,
you're
hey,
trying to say something. You're muted.
You know what's crazy? My wife was walking by the Mac, and I'm on the one like in our bedroom, and she was walking by, and she was like, quoted your song, and I was like, "What's that from?" She was like, "CC." As soon as she said it, you started chiming in. It was almost like y'all was singing and y'all was synced up, and she was like, "That's my favorite song."
dude,
And I was like,
me too. I'm like, that's my favorite song.
See, she should sing it. She should sing it.
Oh, bro, y'all need to make that
You see
happen.
what I mean?
You tickle them
besides
keys
the
and you
fact
get
that
her
I'm a-
on it.
Besides the fact that I'm giving everybody a hard time that I'm not the things I said I'm not. I really, as a lyric writer, I want her to sing it.
Yeah.
I'll let her know.
Boom.
Boom.
That's it.
There it goes. Boom.
Collabs, man, look
Hashtag
at that.
boom.
Yeah, hashtag boom. Open mind.
And I got a friend that's got a studio that every now and then I buy time with. So if I can get another friend in my New York to type this whole thing up, and I know keyboard players that could kill it.
And we have a studio in the house. We have a studio in our house and all of that good jazz. So we're always recording 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yo, this man messaged me at like 3 in the morning. He's
All
like,
right, so
what you
I'm
doing?
moving in.
I was
I'm
like,
moving
chilling,
in.
man, with the wifey. He's like, here's what we doing. He sent me a little clip of them just on the, he got the screen pulled up. Someone's in the booth, man. He's like, yeah, we making music, baby. Me and CP got a song coming out soon. It's a collab with a bunch of different people called Whispers in the Wind. And it's so dope that it's taking us so long to be able to like manifest it in this third dimension. Like
I got another one for her to sing called Forever Hums, which is, it's got that background voice that's just not there yet. It's supposed to have this Pink Floyd background voicey thing going on. And it's Forever Hums, needs a humming. It needs like
man,
3,
y'all need to
8
look at
women
that.
back there.
You're gonna
just
have to play
humming.
that on round 2. We need that. We need to hear that in round 2.
I might want to do this one 3 times tonight because it's making me bleed, and I got my minute now. This fucker's eating.
I'll let her know, CC.
Yeah,
definitely. Yo, Crystal, that's cool, man. Hey, if you want to get in on this, I'll add you to the Google Doc, and we'll start linking up. If you want to get in on this Whispers in the Wind, basically the concept of it is like speaking to your spirit animal. Mine's a wolf, so it's like about me like speaking to my spirit animal, a wolf, right? And then I showed it to CP, and I was like, "Can you come up with a verse with it?" And he looked at me, he was like, "Bro, this shit is so dope." He's like, "I can't even hold a candle to that." He's like, "I'd be honored to spit it with you." And then once I realized it and I looked at it and we split it to where we would do it as a duet, I was like, holy fuck, I wrote this as a duet, not even knowing it. Because it was such a mouthful for me to spit it all too. But like not even knowing it, I wrote it for CP to do the other half. And I didn't even know it at the time writing. But then when like we did it and we split it up and it was just like, yo, this shit is dope.
See, you gotta let shit go. Like Billie Holiday sang "Strange Fruit," but it was Nina that fucking kicked it over the top.
Yeah.
Everyone remembers that. Hey, that's Nina's song. No, it was Billie Holiday's song. I don't know who wrote the words, if it was her or not.
Right.
So I mean,
It doesn't matter as long as the art comes out.
And I don't mind getting out of my own way if these words can make somebody else, you know, if it goes right through their soul with no me or no I in it, then go.
Exactly. Yo, because there is no me, there is no I, there is we.
It's not for you.
There is us. And we all united.
Yeah.
And let's keep this night going. Look at Kittay. Look at that beautiful living room she's in.
Kittay, we're ready for you.
Oh, Kittay. Can you
back
close us out round 1? I know you said you wanted to be at the end of round 1, so you can get all ready and stuff. You look like you chilling, bro. I love that living room.
I had
so
to
homey
do
and
that
comfortable.
again. I saw her name there too. Thank you,
My
Kittay.
uncle built this.
That's dope. My wife and I, last time we seen you on there, we were like, "What? She's not in her car. She's in some cool ass fucking living room."
This is my new house.
Fuck
But
yeah.
thank
Yeah,
you to
keep
my
the
aunt
blessings to some words, man. We appreciate
passed
it.
away. So anyway, so I usually do a lot of like motivational poems and inspirational poems. I think it's very important that I show people where I come from, because you don't just be like, you know, life is great. You know, you don't have to, you know, deal with doom and gloom and blah, blah, blah. You don't, you know, all right, listen. I got here from being in the pits of literal fucking hell. I got here. If I can get here, any single one of you watching this right now can get to where I currently am. However, I want to backtrack. So this is pre-ADHD meds. You can see a little bit of my old creativity and my old writing. And this is also when I was depressed, and this is what depression feels like. I awaken underwater. How did I get here? I am drowning, yet struggling so hard to stay afloat and keep my head above the surface. I glance around, and all I can see is the ocean. I can't see land anywhere in sight. So which direction do I swim in? I choose whatever feels right, as that's my only option in this fight. I swim back towards where I think the shore is, leaving my mind behind. All I can do is struggle to get by. I don't have the time to think about where I'm going and if it's the right way. The only thing I do know is that I'm petrified and I have to swim in order to stay alive. I start to wonder if I'll ever make it back in time for me not to die. I'd like to concede, since it's easier than fighting and not believing, that I will do just fine if I keep pushing forward. All of these worries begin to take place in my mind, worries that I don't have the time to dwell on, but that's all I can focus on in the moment. Finally, I start to see land. Yet suddenly I am drifting further and further away, being carried back towards where I came. How is that possible when I can see the shore in front of my very eyes? I know where my being resides. It isn't here inside of the ocean, sinking into the earth's core. It's there on land. Of that I am sure. I make my way towards an island, fluttering around, trying my best to just swim. Though I am not strong, I do my best. With each stroke heaving into my chest, a settling unrest. I'm not sure how I'll be able to make it there, but of this I am sure. I am a fighter, and a fighter I must be until I am free of these chains that has tied me here. I finally reach land. I call out, and there is no one to hear my cries or screams of distress. No one can hear my pleas, not one person to hear the cries of my soul, aching to just know that I'm not all alone. But I look around and realize I'm mistaken in thinking that there is a single soul around. The thing about depression is that you feel alone when you're surrounded in a room of people. I feel that in the deepest part of my heart, I am alone. There's no one around to hear me scream, no one to witness my cries for help. So where do I turn to gain mental prosperity and wealth? I walk around the island, trying my best to use the resources with which I've been left, and I manage to make a tiny shack to sleep in, a place to hide myself from the elements of the unknown. The darker side of this world slowly unfolds. I'm not here with the proper ability or means to defend myself, but I give it my all, fighting to the end. I'm weak, but still, I don't manage to fall. So doesn't that mean that I truly am strong? I discover some food, nourishment for my soul, and I provided myself with shelter to withstand the storm, the one that I was left in all alone. Now it is just dark and cold. I am withering away day after day, but still I awaken and fight to stay. You are not truly alone, for what is hidden in the wilderness will one day become known. So that's my first one. I don't know if I should wait for round two. That was kind of a long one. It's up to you.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's try to, cause I wanna try to get through another round.
I
That was
can
fucking
wait
amazing.
until second round, but yeah.
Yeah, that was
And then
amazing.
I
And like I said, it's different when you
got
standing
a
up,
whole
cause
full one.
when you was doing it in the car, like you that, and then we watch you on the Instagram, you up on stage just like fucking crushing it. So like when you standing here, you got your phone set up, you do it like that's how you need to perform your poetry, man.
I got a
And you
whole
still,
tripod right here.
yeah, right. Hey, you still crush it in the car, but like seeing you standing up and just delivering it, like killing
Yeah.
it. Speaking about delivery and standing up and stuff, I've been doing this for almost a year now. I've been writing poetry since I was young, but I've been doing this open mic for almost a year now, every single Friday. I think I missed one Friday when I was in a detox center, and then I missed another Friday. I was just not feeling it, and Megas took over for me. But the show never stopped. Open Minds has been going for almost a year now. Every Friday night, same time, same place, most of the same faces. We all one family, right? I went to Calgary, which is like the big city here in Alberta. And I was like, I want to go on stage, right? So I crushed it. I met this dude Goldie. He was cool. He showed up here. I think the week after that. I'm trying to get him back in here because he's so dope, man. I made it to round two. I kind of fucking slipped on round two. I lost my place in my poem, and I didn't make it to round three. But I got other things I'm gonna bring, so I'm planning on going back. They do it once a month down in Calgary, so I'm sure some of y'all heard this one. It's called The Last Atom. It's a compilation poem. My wife wrote one called The First Eve, and it's about the first evening that her and I met. I flew up here to Canada, and we had a romantic week in Banff, and it was just beautiful. It was on Valentine's Day. We've been talking for 2 years online, and finally got to meet in person. So she wrote about the first Eve, and then I wrote the last Adam. And I like spitting this because I want to try to commit it to memory. Because CP told me you got to commit that shit to memory. Because you can't go on stage holding a phone or holding something, right? Like you gotta come out and just spit it with your heart, right? So I've been trying to commit this to memory, and it's one of my favorite poems. It flows good. It shows like my skills, my things like, and it's such a beautiful poem. It's written for my wife, and it goes in tangent with the last Eve or the first Eve. We got the first Eve and the last Adam. I'm gonna read y'all the last Adam. This is my part. Feeling crazy. Craving the creative crevices of your brain, baby. Am I insane? Maybe. Thanks for saving me. It's absolutely fucking amazing how you float around the 3D space we seem to be trapped in, but I'm laughing every time we break into the next plane of being. It's beginning to be so frequently. I think if we push a little harder, we can secretly become the astral beings we see in these higher realms. Is that DMT? May I please have a smell? Fuck it. Let me puff it till my lungs swell. Holding, holding, holding. Oh hell. I just broke through to heaven. Now I'm laughing with the elves. Mother Gaia sharing knowledge of the past. Incarnations of our love, knowing it'll never pass. Forever together, even after we gasp for our last bit of air. Our souls release the grasp we had on this physical form. Reborn, it won't be long till we can keep each other warm once more. You're my favorite soul. It's always been you that I adore. Sworn to love and protect you until the last atom is torn apart and the universe turns dark. It'll just be you and I, beaming through space as pure love and light. You know I'm right by your side for the rest of time. For I am yours, you are mine.
I love that one.
Thank you.
That was so cosmically and ethereally beautiful. I don't even know if ethereally is a word, but you know what? It's so beautiful. You got to make up new words to talk about how beautiful it is. Very divine. And thank you so much for sharing that. Like, I feel like that's something I want to feel.
Yeah.
Really beautiful. So thank you.
I'm so glad that I found my soulmate, you know. And she was up here in Canada. I come from South Florida, like literally across the fucking globe, right? And it was like, and there was plenty of women down in South Florida, and I'm a decent looking guy. I'm pretty cool, you know. I was making some decent money and stuff. And my friends' moms used to be like, "Are you gay? Like, why ain't you got a girlfriend?" I'm like, I just ain't found no one that I like. You know, I had to find her all across the globe. And the crazy part is my birthday is June 21st, summer solstice. Every 4 years, my birthday falls on Father's Day. Hers is May 9th, which every 4 years falls on Mother's Day. We can't have kids. All of you guys are our children. We do this open mic, we share love, we spread love, because everyone on earth is our children. If you notice, I identify as everyone, because we are all little bits of God. We are all little bits of creativity, and we come together every Friday to share love and light and just, yeah, it's skip. See, that's why I love reading that poem too, because even if she's like away from it, as soon as I start reading, I get that little kiss from her every time. Then I want to commit it to memory because it's a fucking dope poem, man. It's got some good wordplay in it and stuff too, and like just it flows nice. Like I really enjoy it. I might spit out something else because like Kat was saying, Kittay was saying that, you know, she wanted us to know where she came from. And I'm gonna let you in on a little something. Some of y'all may have heard this. I don't know if my mom heard this one yet. So this might be a little harsh for her, but this is kind of a little something where I came from. I call it Fuck It and How It Came to Be. Thanks to Magus, he helped me fucking keep it under 3 minutes so I could do it as a slam too. I called him, I was crying. I was like, I don't know how to end this thing, bro. And he's like, fucking just wrap it up. And they do it like this. And so thank you, Magus, for helping me with this one. But yeah, fuck it and how it came to be. I'm the product of a broken home. a place where no love was shown. My little brother and I were beat on a daily basis. Tears ran down our faces so often, I never bothered to wipe them off. Then one morning when I was 5 years old, woke to screams and cries. Don't know why, but I creeped towards a slightly open door. I peeked in. I'll never forget what I saw. My uncle on the floor beaten, unconscious and bloody. Standing above me, I witnessed my father, 4/5 clutched in his grip. Mom was on her knees begging, please don't hit me. Dead-eyed and full of rage, he pistol whipped her. It broke her nose. As the blood flowed, I let out a meek shriek. My father turned and seeing me peeking through the door. One swift kick slamming it shut, I flew to the floor, nose bleeding, a crimson red to match my mom's. I ran and hid under my bed, the red now on my palms, 5 years old, wishing I was a man, I could stand up and fight. Instead, I took flight, lost in my mind. I heard the sirens grow louder just in time. One ambulance, 5 cop cars, multiple scars inside and out. My dad put up one hell of a fight. There was almost a shootout. I was placed in the back of a squad car, watching paramedics care for my mom. She still bears the scar. So do I, but on the inside. Fast forward to age 13. Full of rage and bad things, my dreams of seeing him again to make him pay for his sin were diminished. Learned he was finished, found hanging in a shady Las Vegas hotel. I felt no grief, no relief, just pissed off and let down because I wouldn't get the chance to knock his ass out. So I picked up a bottle, kicked it with the real OGs in my hood. Damn, it felt good. Accepted as fam. They never called me Jit, my nickname was Little Man. Always had a OE or a blunt in my hand. Corny looking white boy in khaki shorts, bowl cut plaid shirt buttoned up, 2 pounds of weed stuffed in the front. Police never stopping me because of the stunt. I was stumbling silly into the spot, hand gripping a Glock. Who got the knot? Fuck with me not. I was raised too quick. Stay blazing in this bitch, I'm too lit. Once I got a little older, the bags got colder. Beholder of a boulder of some Florida snow. Time to show I can bring cash in and split domes. Called on the regular. This game's spectacular. Know some bitches snitching? Call me to cause some stitches. I was always sick with it. Stick with it till the job's finished. Diminish my appetite. No fear, no fright. Just a quick ass fight to end your night. Back at the base laughing about the action. My sling ain't crack then, ecstasy, weed, and a little bit of smack mixed in the batch. You needed drugs then? I had your back. Fast forward more. Got a real job, trying to stay legal. The cries of the desert eagles ring throughout my mind, but I block the evil as best I can. 5 seconds from my hand at the same time, trying to spread love across the land. Fuck it, I now have love for all. Went from running to a crawl, from violence on the streets to spreading love and peace. So that's how it came to be. Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thanks
Whoa.
for that, Tom.
Spreading love and peace.
So it
Yeah.
came to be.
How it came to be.
And be you here now.
And I'm still here now.
Yeah, my
We're
mom's
all
still here now
here.
too. You remember that fucking Nate?
Yes, I do remember it, and I've survived it.
Yeah.
I am.
He broke her
surviving.
nose, man. Pistol whipped her with a 45. They're beating the shit out of her brother.
That
Yeah, he
wasn't
was
the
a-
only time he did something like that.
Yeah,
to
he
me.
was a
Chased me
very
down the
fucked up
street with
man.
Drano, slid down 95 sideways in the rain. Oh, many times I almost got killed by that man. But I survived.
You're a survivor, man. You
wonderful.
gangsters, fuck CP. Oh
Yeah.
no, he went to what? No, he would tell you. That's why your CP's fucking spirit animal. Like,
Oh, that's right.
yeah.
That's
You
awesome.
gangster, mama. You got this. But yeah, man.
Yeah, but
I
I'm
just wanted
full
to
of
share
love
that.
now. I'm
Yeah.
full of love.
Well, same
and
here,
I'm
right? That's how it
blessed.
came to be. You
Yeah.
know, like we had to go through that hell
To be who we are now.
Yeah.
Yes, those testaments to survival and your willpower to overcome it. And it's obvious you both overcame it in part because you had each other.
Yeah.
Oh
Like I said,
yeah,
I'm a
my
mama's
I
boy.
had 3 children that really helped me a lot. I mean, that's what I had, and that's what I lived for. They were my life. They are my life. They, that's what keeps me going.
Yeah.
And I
I
have
love you,
2
mama.
grandboys.
Yeah.
I know my kids love me to
You
death.
got more.
So
You got more than 2 grandboys now. You got a whole family.
yeah,
You got the
see,
Ogamons family.
boy,
She
my
she sent
cup
me a
runs
message the other
over.
night too. She's like, "Oh, I love my Friday night family."
I know. I have so much fun on Friday night. I had nothing. I
She had
live in
nothing before.
chronic pain every
Yeah,
day.
she's in chronic
No, I
pain,
live in
bed
chronic
bound.
pain every day. I'm in
And so
bed
these
80%.
Fridays, man, y'all energies, especially Lantern
This is
Carrier and Skiff
wonderful.
and
I
CC and
love
Megan,
it.
everyone who like just
So much
shares
love.
beautiful love and poetry with her, man. Like I appreciate y'all.
Oh, I'm eating it all
It took
up.
me a while to get her in, right? Like we were going for months, and I finally built this amazing community. And I'm like,
Yeah.
Ma, you gotta come see what
You
I'm
gotta
doing on
come.
Fridays. Like you gotta come through.
And the rest of the week, you got to be writing that book.
Yeah,
I do.
Yeah.
No, I am.
Yeah.
I am.
she's writing a
Okay.
memoir,
Okay. Just a
Yeah.
reminder.
which I'm gonna learn about shit in that. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
I don't
you
know the whole
will. You
story. Yeah,
will.
I'm gonna
You'll
be
learn
learning
a
some
lot of
shit.
shit.
And
I've
there's
been
some
through
shit.
hell and
But
back.
you're recording right now, so we'll keep that on the low right now. But yeah.
Well, again, that's a testimony to this kind of action space you created where, what gets built here as you continue is your own being. And what gets built here is everybody's belonging. And you see that in just the incredible spectrum of what gets brought here from Lantern Carrier and Diane Ward to material that gets presented by people like
Frogg and
CP or
CP and
Frogg
Vegas
and
and Love Infinite and
Love
like
Infinite, all that. So
and Mattie just it's so cool, man. Like I started this just because I was like I want to read some poetry, and I went to one open mic and it was cool. I was like, my wife's like, I've never seen you so excited after doing something. She's like, you need to do this every night, like once a week. And so we're like, well, when? We're like, fuck it, Friday. Let's take the Friday slot, boom. If you ain't doing nothing on Friday, you ain't going out, whatever, you ain't got nothing to do tomorrow, you can come hang out and share love and poetry with us. And it's grown into something just so amazing. We've almost been doing this for a year now, and I honestly think it's the premier place to be on a Friday night for poetry, and it's because of y'all. And so I thank you guys so much for
Yeah.
and I just love every single one of y'all.
people talk about trauma and all of that and getting into it, but it's trauma that allows you to look into the
It is.
darkness, and
Yo,
that's where you have
see,
to rediscover yourself. in
Maddie
order
just
to
turned
keep
on her
going.
camera
Yeah.
there. Me and my wife had a discussion about this. Maddie has had a fucking rough life. She been through some shit you don't even want to fucking imagine. If you listen to all her poetry, you will get little glimpses into it. And I truly believe if she would have grew up in a normal, happy childhood, like we wouldn't have the amazing art that we get from her. Like it's trauma that builds us. So it's like, it sucks that you had to go through that, but at the same time, thank the world for putting you through that, just because we get to hear the fucking art and the amazing creature that it created. And yeah, we just love you. So.
The really amazing part about the story of that trauma and tragedy make us sometimes poets is that we get to the point where we finally face it, and then we confront it by being vulnerable and naked and writing it down, and then we go public with it. And believe it or not, there's that last step where you get past you actually if what makes you believe in yourself.
Like Maddie said, this was her weekly therapy
But
sessions.
this is important. People believe in your tragedy and trauma and your survival. But now if you make it that far, you're handed a new responsibility to transcend that. That's what made you. And then your art starts to go up levels, and your ego and your identity starts to diminish, and what you leave is much more than what made you the artist, but what you did with that art when
we exceed and become greater than the trauma that created
it's a
it.
profound,
we create
deep
beauty
responsibility to transcend the
from
actual
ugliness. We take
The
that ugliness
wild
that happened to us, and
It's
we
the
fucking
wild
make it
beyond.
beautiful.
Paul knows this. That's why he writes The Neighborhood down. I mean, his work is
Yeah.
unbelievable.
Yeah. Oh,
Shed
Paul
our
gets it.
skins and knock our shells off. and get a new
That's a great way to put it. Yeah.
yeah. Shed our
Man,
skins and their shells off.
I fucking love y'all. Every single soul in this room and everyone who has ever been in this room. I love y'all. We're gonna start off round 2 though. We gotta keep the show going. Before I do that though, because my wife's out front chilling with Donnie, so she can't really hear us right now, and she be editing the videos. So if we could all just take one moment and show some love for Catalyst. She in the background holding me down, holding this whole mic down, making sure everything flows good. She brings me coffee, she brings me water. You know, she the RMT of this pretty much, right? So if I gotta do all the tech stuff, she just does all the real world stuff. Bring me coffee.
The
and edit the
DMT.
videos. Yeah, there. So my boy Donnie's here, right? And my wife's middle name is Mary, and I'm Thomas. So we're like Donnie, Mary, and Thomas. We the DMT and say RMT. You down with DMT? Yeah, you know. But yeah, so we gonna keep this thing going. But first, everybody, unmute yourself and give love to Catalyst, my wife. She's such.
Love you, Jess. Yeah.
Jessica, we love
Love,
you.
love, love. It's
Yeah.
pepper in the
Love you to
background for that
pieces.
kiss, but there's more to it. We know.
Yeah.
Keep being yourself. Keep being yourself.
You give the love. Time to let
love.
it in. And all the editing work you do, that's a big, big thing. I'm alone
Yeah,
on
well,
that.
we have like hundreds of hours of editing to catch up on.
That's
We were
big.
starting to do
That's-
them at first, and we were just editing the full shows down, right? But then I was, my nephew Zach, who came through and spit some poems. He'll have his own playlist. Was like, you need to have just shorter videos. So what we've been doing is we went back to all of the shows that we had on YouTube and all the shows moving forward, and we're cutting everyone's out. Not even my intro. Like, we're not even putting my intro in. It's like, boom, you start your poem, you end your poem. We're not even putting the praise after that. No, it's just your poem piece. And then we'll release the full shows too, right? So you can go to the playlist that has the full shows on it for each date, or you can go to the playlist that has your name on it and see all the poems you have spit here. And like, that's gonna be cool, man. Like, Mattie, you've been coming since like almost day one. Megan, she's been coming since day one. I know y'all spit some of the same poems before, and so you can see how it grows. Or like CP, you know, he's worked like, oh, this one ain't done yet, but he'll spit like half of it, and then like 2 weeks later come and spit the full thing. So like, we doing playlists for everyone with everyone's poetry in it. Mattie's gonna help us out with the descriptions and the titles and all that. We're gonna edit up these videos, and we're hoping to get them out as soon as possible. But like I said, we have hundreds of hours and thousands of poems to go through, so we're chipping away as best we can. I figure if we can do 2 to 3 weeks a week, you know, as long as we can stay ahead of what we're creating, eventually we'll catch up. And once we're caught up, it'll be
I'm
easy.
on it, man. We will catch up because I'm here to help, man. So
Yeah.
we catch up for sure.
Yeah, so look forward to that next year, man. We're gonna launch. We're gonna have everybody's stuff all going up, get all the info for everything, get it all going, and have it private. And then just one day I'm gonna be like, make an Instagram post and be like, all right, YouTube's live, and then just make everything public. And just our whole channel is gonna have thousands of shit on it, so it's gonna be dope, man. All right, so I'm gonna keep this
Good
thing
to
going.
see you,
huh?
baby, too. Yeah, it's been a while. I remember the first time you read, so I'm watching you grow. You're gonna be 20 and 30, and don't let that journey ahead of you be less than beautiful. You got some love.
Yeah,
it won't be
Hey,
easy.
make sure y'all following Megas, Crystal too. If you're on IG, could you drop your IG in the chat? I don't know if I got you. We all need to link up to stay linked up, you know. So we family. We all come from the same place. We all going to the
Listen
same
for a
place.
Google Classroom so that we can all hang out, post our poems, and workshop each other in between.
Oh, so I tried to call you about that
Yeah, I
the
know,
other day, and you was
I've been fucked
busy
up,
and
man.
shit.
Yeah, I've
So
been
this
fucked-
weekend you're gonna talk to my wife about the thing.
Yeah.
And then,
well, you want me? You
and
want
then we
me
gotta
and
link up with
we'll
that.
catch up
Cause
later.
yeah, we gotta do
We
that.
will link up later to talk about it.
All right, bet, sis. I love you. Let's keep this thing going. Starting off round 2, we got the Megas himself, Gustav Salas. If you want to unmute yourself and bless us with some words, we would appreciate it, brother.
Okay. I'm being influenced by Love Infinite. She did her swagger poem. I'm going to bring my swagger poem. Many of you have heard this before, but Love Infinite hasn't, so I'm going to drop it. This is Holographic Universe. 1, 2, 3, check, check, check. Beamed up from Prague like Star Trek, I got lines going on to infinity. Some call me a poet and some a divinity, but I never take me too seriously. I'm living on the edge deliriously. Future evolution depends on our decisions now. Surmounting every difficulty, we'll show you how. Words flowing out like Niagara, falls in your lap like Viagra, to keep that booty shaking as Armageddon's quaking. My rhyme's erect, it's never flaccid, complex like deoxyribose nucleic acid. I've been up all night, I keep going and going and going, and where this will stop, there's no way of knowing. Leo Dragon's my horoscope. I'm pyrotechnic like a great white dope. I'm on fire. And everything's funny. I'm the frickin' Energizer Bunny. It's inside me, there's always more. 7 days a week, I'm on 24. Plugged in, blissed out, I'm inspired. Into cosmic consciousness, I'm hardwired. I'll live forever or I'll die trying. At light speed, I'm time defying. Real serious like the dog star, yet delirious like the drugs are. If making my own synchronicity seems like egocentricity, I've got my flaws but live life to the hilt. Love and do what thou wilt. Third eyes on like I got x-ray specs, driven to the edge of Cassandra complex, but I roll with the shocks. We're putting everything back in Pandora's box. The golden apple goes to the fairest. I'm dressed to thrill, all hail Eris. Sacrifice to Bacchus another Red Bull, while giving thanks and being mindful of all the joy that surrounds us, even when all their bullshit hounds us. Back on earth where we live life, death, rebirth, and the afterlife. And I'm sailing away. Live in the now, live for today. The river Styx we all will cross. In Hades, I'll be my boss. Non serviam, I'll tell the ruler. We'll install central air. Now that's cooler. In the underworld without a care, all my best friends are there. We'll open a club, we'll call it heaven. It'll be rocking 24/7. Orgiastic revels, I'm not joshing. Dionysian, Hieronymus, Boshin. We like it spicy, got no taste for mild. Our party motor's running, reborn to be wild. We're quantum mechanics under the hood, meta programming for the common good. If Einstein's relativity is E equals MC squared, this means that good times are best when they are shared. Our cup runneth over a cornucopia. An underground network's created this utopia. We make the rules by which this game is played. Got a grip on the eternal golden braid. So if you're down with what we're professing, come with us, we're effervescing. To these naked truths we're undressing. Love one another, it's a blessing. Thank you.
Woohoo,
Yeah, Vegas. Get it.
Yeah.
See,
I
this is
like
why he's
that.
my brother, man. This is why he's like the third wheel here at Open Minds. I love Megas. Yeah, we my wife and I like chat with him on a regular. You know, like he's a friend of ours. He's not just a poet that we chat with. He's a friend. Like straight up, man. He's my brother right there. Fucking love it. So dope. So dope. All right, so we got other dope poets coming up next. I just noticed that Jeff Taylor entered the building, and Jeff missed out on the feature and the first round. So, Skiff, you are coming up next, but if you wouldn't mind, could we let Jeff slide in so we get to hear him?
No, let's get Jeff in here. Speak
Jeff,
up, man.
It's on you, brother. It's on you. If you could bless us with some words, we would appreciate it.
Oh yeah, definitely. Thank you for letting me sneak in there. I appreciate that. Sorry to have missed the feature. I was looking forward to seeing Atlas, but then I got caught up with a bunch of stuff at home with the kids. But
Good. With Mattie's help, we're gonna have all these videos up on YouTube soon, so you'll be able to go back and rewatch it. So.
Awesome. I definitely will. I definitely will. So, tonight I'm going to read not one of my poems, but I'm going to read a poem by Shaylin Marks, who's one of my favorite poets. It's from her chapbook called Fornicating the Elements, and you can get that in the Bloodshed Review issue 1. And actually a few of my poems are in here supporting her chapbook. It's out by Poetic Anarchy Press, so go check out Poetic Anarchy Press. This poem by Shaylin Marks, it's called Fuck You, Isabel. 6th grade, fearless, loudmouthed kid, chatted with the funniest girl at Western Heights. In our part of Maryland, we'd never seen a tornado land. Not much action during hurricane season. An alleged Category 3 storm headed our way. The girl and I showed up to school the next day in camo. Black smudges under our eyes, yelled from the sidewalk, buses lined up, taunting the storm. We shouted, "Fuck you, Isabel. You won't do shit." Yearning for excitement, "Fucking pussy, come at me, Isabel." We giggled, headed home. Typical evening at the Marks residence. My parents gave up, useless to question my antics. Ate dinner, annoyed my brother, went to bed. 2:15 a.m., a loud crash outside my room. We all met in the hallway, ran downstairs. Dad ripped the door open. Fucking 70-foot tree landed on the house, nestled right next to my room. That bitch Isabel made her point clear that night.
Yeah.
Great.
So
That was good, man. That was good.
Awesome. Awesome.
You got an original piece so we can hear from you. I love your poetry too, man. We got time for another one. You missed round one, man. I want to hear more.
Oh yeah, definitely. Hang on. All right, I got a short one here. This one's called Replace. I'm just waiting for the document to open up. I probably should know it. It's a pretty short poem. I should probably just know the poem. I chain smoke to replace you. Every thought about pressing my lips to yours, another cigarette. When I finally drank the butts in the end of my can, I quitting you. That's Replace.
Yo, fuck, unmute and give it up for Jeff, dude. That one, hey, you need to commit that to memory, man.
I do.
Actually, you know what? Read it again.
Yeah.
All right, let me try to read it without looking at the poem. I chain smoke to replace you. Every thought of pressing my lips to yours, another cigarette. When I finally drank the butts at the end of my can, I quitting you. All right, mate. You know, I got it, I think.
Oh, I love that too. When I drank the butts in my can.
Yeah.
Like, you're talking about the cigarette too, but then you bring the beer.
Well,
in
kind of
there
like
too,
a double quit.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
I know.
dope,
And
man.
when I was writing it, there's kind of like a double meaning there too, with like the butts in the can are like the cigarette butts, and then the beer can, but also like the reasons why I'm like wanting to replace her.
And I
The
can.
butts, I'm like, but I
Yeah,
can't,
what?
you know. Like,
Yeah.
right.
Oh, that's fucking dope, man. Jeff, you fucking rock, bro. Yo, and I was
But I
at a
didn't-
party one time, had a beer in my hand. I set it on the counter, turned around to bum a cigarette to somebody, right? I needed both my hand, pull out my lighter and my cigarette, turned back around, grabbed my can of beer. There was probably like quarter beer left. I went to down it real quick to grab another one. And in those 2 seconds I had my back turned, someone put a cigarette butt in there. And I swallowed the whole butt, dude. Because I was down in it. I knew I only had a little left. I was going to grab another beer. I was going to bum a cigarette, turn around, finish my beer, get another one. Dude, I turned around, swallowed a cigarette butt. And it was just like,
and it was probably
happened.
still hot from because it had just been
yeah.
out.
Oh, it warmed the beer up for sure. Yeah, I felt a little warmth.
Yeah.
It was, yeah. But dude, I love that the butts in the can. Ah, that's dope, man. Jeff, thank you so much for showing up tonight, brother. You know I always
Thank
love
you. Thank
when
you.
you come through. Jeff also hosts his own open mic, Garage Poets. Jeff, if you could put your Instagram in the channel so people could follow you.
Yeah, I
We
will.
just
At the
love you
Garage
here at
Poets
Open
on
Mind.
Instagram.
Yeah, we just love you here. Thanks for showing up, man. Like I love it. Every Friday I see your face, that smile, man. I don't know, you're my spirit animal. CP May's got my mom as his spirit animal. You're my spirit animal. So I
Thank you,
appreciate you
Thomas.
coming through, brother.
I appreciate that big time, man. I love being here. You really got a great space. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Speaking of great spaces, there's this little thing that people like to call the skip verse. And yeah, the skip verse is probably one of the greatest mental spaces to be in. And he brings it here every Friday since he first came here. Hasn't stopped and won't leave. And I don't want him to leave. I want him to keep coming back time and time again. And for some reason, he just does. And I am in heaven every time I get brought to the skip verse. So, Paul, if you could bless us with some words, brother, we would appreciate it.
Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna get into the harsh verse. I wanted to just program note, this piece is only like 3 minutes, or intended to be. I'd like to remind the people who would remember and inform people who don't know that this kind of elevated energy of presentation has a history in contemporary spoken poetry. And originally it was referred to as being a particular form called rant. And there were rant poets. Now, I know, for people of African descent, this type of oratory has other antecedents. And I know that because culture happens to be a basis for our unity as people here on Earth, and forever culture is what's brought me to spaces like this that are incredibly diverse. But back in the last century, in the 80s, rant was a really current form practiced by so many poets. And, you can hear the same energy in CP is just a perfect example of that, but you hear that in Kittay's presentation, you hear that in Love Infinite, just so many people have that very elevated energy of presentation. And when I first started doing spoken word in New York City, one of the places that was a lifeboat for me, like this place is now, was a squat called ABC No Rio. And you can look that up online. The building doesn't even exist anymore, but had a very long history. And there's a whole archive of stuff online for ABC No Rio. And their Sunday afternoon reading was dominated by these 5 rant poets. And if you wanted to go there every Sunday, you better had been able to put it up and get to that level of energy. So I just thought I'd put that out there because I'm just into the whole history of spoken word.
No, I love that because I was born in '84. So like knowing that as I was a baby and a child, that this type of poetry and energy was going on. And like, I was born in New York, Huntington, Long Island, New York, moved down to Florida when I was a baby, but like knowing that I was birthed around that energy, right? Like that, you very well could have made me, by getting on stage and putting that, like, I blame you for this, Paul. This is all your fault.
And I think some of it, by the time the New Eurekan Poets Cafe reopened in late 1988, after that, this kind of got this form, a way of presenting. I don't really like the word normalized, but it kind of got mainstreamed within spoken word and more diffused. And I would say almost every slam poet I ever hear is really doing a rant. They owe their presentation style to ranters. Anyway, this piece I was asked to write by a friend, was a first generation San Francisco feminist punk artist writer. Her name is Jennifer Waters, and she was published as under the name Jennifer Blowdryer. And she was doing a performance called Holiday in Lounge at the End of the World. And she wanted me to do just a short opening to it. So this poem is meant to be offensive, and it's basically a satirical takedown of the entire society and culture, and is purposefully meant to be just really offend everybody and anybody. And like I said, I used to be able to do this in 3 minutes, but I just don't have the motor skills to do that in 3 minutes. So it'll be slightly slower. And it's a persona poem. Sorry for all that intro. Shut me up, mute him. Is this it? 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 I turned right at the Arco food store, pump station, truck lot, hubcap broker, and tire dump down from the drive-through cancer ward. I've been flying this 25-year-old El Camino for 18 hours since Plutoville. The 351 built in Doraville is gargling high test cut with borax. Chewed up my last 1,000 milligram doses of methamphetamine. Can't you tell? 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 2 hours ago. Been listening to the crack in the dashboard vibe out something like a dog's run free every time I send those 8 cylinders up over 80 mph. Is this it? Is this it? Is this it? It was a setup by the tool and die maker, ran an extrusion plant, squeezing out plastic truncheons on contract for the school district's corporal punishment needs. That plastic man played the best rock and roll, best rock and roll, best rock and roll, best rock and roll in the city, but left for tax reasons when his wife got tired of his live-in girlfriend. And excuse me, I'm losing my place here. I told you I'd not be able to do this. Took the 2 kids out to Oklahoma to do gospel work for the kids be registered with the county protection services and be under the auspices of the glue sniffing juvie judge who kept his attic full of life-size dolls with 12-inch paving spikes driven through their eyes and liked to handcuff himself in front of a mirror with dirty sock in his mouth as he sat naked on a frozen brick of cat food to listen to the inspirational music play while daydreaming about subcontracts from obsolete companies on the far side of the state and want him to sentence pre-adolescent murderers, rapists, sociopathic entrepreneurs, and teacher beaters to hard labor, stamping out bumpers in a system of alarmingly logical social retardation. I feel like a municipal citywide tax dollar shortfall. I feel like a shut down government. I feel like a high-tech weapons platform among overvalued targets. I've been on the road since Sault Ste. Grand, Cold Springs, Harbor Point Wood, Valley Haven. I'm a downstream effect in the abuse cycle. Is this it? 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 I'm gonna see me some urban pseudo aristocrats, leech-like psychotic civil servants, 9-to-5 wage slaves, exiled to the outer boroughs, half-educated proto-fascist brainwashed college students who charge too much for half an education from a designer labeled degree mill. I want to see me some unemployed computer geniuses on corporate media royalty, idea fear and pop culture barfers, some emotionally lobotomized careerists. I'm going to tune into some cable TV network where all the actors play on these hyper racist sitcoms followed by the nightly casualty report. I'm going to see me a hyper privileged billionaire mayor who thinks the city is his own private toy and buys votes with junk mail. I want to see this. Is this it? Is this it? Is this it? I want to go someplace like a real great big city to see me pop politicians who will shut down a train station, neighborhood park, and a hospital so there'd be enough money to say they give themselves a pay hike. I want to see an entertainment zone where Disneyland and porno cater to the same customers. I want to see people who think someone's got a different colored skin than they are the cause of all the problems and should have their body opened up with a gun, knife, bottle, broken bat, pushed off a roof, or hit with a police club or car bumper. I'm gonna get me a real skyscraper size ego and cram it up somebody's nose like they thought it was their cocaine. I don't know. I just want to escape this artless, loveless, sexless, Republican, Democrat refrigerator of a turnpike-less, hierarchical human garbage heap. I want to give money a direction to flow in. I want to be distracted from the late capitalist horrors of global devilism. Get me some artistic entertainment. Is this it? Is this it? Is this it? Is this it? Is this that cinematically abusive fairy tale, that prison industrial complex waiting room, that cable network studio torture chamber? I want to see me some real live performance. Is this it? Is this that Holiday Inn lounge at the end of the world? Anybody got any PB-29s? I feel like having my mood stimulated. Sorry for all the fuck ups, but you get the idea.
Is this it? Is this it? Is this it? That's all of my moves stimulated.
What a different read for you too. Wow. Wow.
See, it's work, man. It's work. That takes a lot of work.
See, and so I guess I was born around that energy, and this is what happens, right? Like, we spit poetry like that in the 80s, and babies like me come out.
And they come back every week and do it again. And back then, the community was so small. It's not like you're going to become famous. There's like the 50 people that do it back then.
Yeah.
In a whole metropolitan area, the family that came to hear you was small compared to what we have now.
Yeah,
It's crazy now.
true.
We have so many open mics, and we can do it all global now. Like, I mean, we got people from all over the globe, all around the world. They come to our open mics and stuff, and meet up in different open mics.
So
And
this was born of old
Man.
school. You had to go out the door.
Yeah. I've
Yeah,
done it
you
one
can't even
time.
work
I'm
up that
practicing
energy
some
now.
slam. I'm practicing some slam poets. I think next month. Yeah, probably August. I think I'm gonna go hit the stage again. See if I can win it. I made it to round 2, but I fucked up my second poem, so I didn't quite win the thing. But I had fun. It was a win in my book. Like, I had a blast. It was the first time on stage.
The most fun people that my friends that are slammers, the most fun, the ones that have fun no matter what, is they always say, "I'm in it to lose and lose good."
I like that. Yo, that's the
Now you're not
attitude I'm doing.
competing. You're not competing. You're not competing. These are your friends. You want
Yeah.
them to kick it. So when you get up there and that whole energy,
Well, I didn't know anybody, man. I showed up, dude, and I was like, I asked someone for a lighter, on the way in, and me and him linked up, and I was handing out free stickers with the ad open minds, open mic on the back.
Yeah,
and I was handing out stickers in line trying to get, people. And I came up, and me and the dude I talked to, Goldie, crushed it, man. He came to open minds the following Friday. I'm trying to get him back here more because he's good, man. And yeah, I thought he was gonna win it. Like, I fucked up my second poem. I lost my space, and then I looped back, and that cost me. I caught myself like if you were like you didn't really know poetry and never heard the poem, like you probably wouldn't have noticed it. But like, yeah, I fucked up.
But
anyways,
it's
let's
gone
keep this
through
thing moving.
evolutions. It's gone through evolutions. I've been to thousands of slams, hundreds of them anyway, and a lot of slams every Wednesday. And then there were others in town besides just the Cantab. There were 3 of them. There was an all-woman slam you can go to for a while. But the stories are born of it, though. But the ones that
now we just link up on Zoom.
The ones that killed and were good and that won weren't doing it to kill, to win, and be good. They just brought
Did
their
it for the
shit.
fun of it. Yeah.
They just brought their best shit. And really good poetry never won slams.
Yeah.
Hardly ever. A great slam is a great performance. Most of the time,
Yes,
what
performance,
happens if
man.
you went to them is it was a great performance, but the music of the slam.
Well, the
what
one I
happens
went
is that-
to, there's no judges. They randomly pick tables there and say you're judging it.
Yeah, no, that's how
randomly
it's
pick three.
always worked.
That's how
always
it's
worked
done.
that way.
It's how it's
Yeah,
always
how
and so the
yeah.
people that are sitting there, they're probably not poets. They might not even know each
Yeah,
other. So
but-
it's like it's very random.
But when
The
you get to
judging
the
was very
final,
random.
when you get to the finals, it's a different animal.
Yeah.
There's a fortification to slam. You
Well, I
have to be
fucked up,
stronger
so
than
I
the
knew
seed.
that I knew
You have
that I
to-
wasn't
the
gonna make it
poets
because
that
I
win it
I
and
fucked
have
up.
life careers inside and out. Doesn't matter if they slam and they win and they become.
That and there's
national
people there that's been showing up for years.
Their
and I'm a new
careers
guy.
don't-
They're not gonna
they're
give
not
it to me. They're
defined
gonna give
by
it to the guy that's been showing up for 3 years.
Well,
you
this
know?
is
Like,
what
so-
I'll say for slam. Its main merit for spoken poetry was it was a huge hook to
Yeah.
get an audience to poetry, and it inspired and it continues to inspire
Yeah.
a whole generation of young people to get involved with poetry. The content and the poetry aside, its major effect is really that it's contributed hugely to repopularizing spoken poetry, and it's also provided
And it's fun, man. Like you get to go out
what
and
we're
meet
talking about
poets and,
here.
you know, like
It creates the network and the neighborhood and the support system for people who would not have had it from the
Yeah.
poetry that was dominating culture before then, which was very exclusive.
definitely. All right, but let's
Anyway.
keep this thing going. Oh, we got another amazing poet who was inspired by slam poetry growing up and whatever, and hearing things and just knowing things, and I'm excited because I know one day she gonna write a Netflix series about her life, and we gonna watch that shit. And even if she don't write it, I'm gonna get an AI to write it, and I'm just gonna take all her poems and run every one of the words of her poems into the AI and be like, write me a 12 season, 10 episode, 120 episode, 10 season strong film script about this. But yeah, man.
Well, you can't forget the who's striking right now in Hollywood. You can't forget these writers. They're striking because of that.
Oh, are they right? Okay,
For,
well,
for
then,
like
we're gonna
for
bring
like 50. How many weeks?
That's fine.
50 weeks.
Oh, that's fine. Oh, now's the time. Let's jump on it and fucking take it while they're all striking. Be like, struck out. Struck out. You got people like Mattie. You got writers like Mattie up on board. Oh, get it, girl.
Alright, cool. I got a poem. I have a bunch of poems. I don't really know what to pick, so I'm gonna give you this one that I'm working on.
Yeah.
It's called Unpayable Overdue. I think you guys heard it before, but a different version. A scar has no nerves, so it makes itself to feel nothing. A scar is a child, a valley made in the middle of a stone from years of unrelenting, and a scar is a child who pours apology into the empty, unrelenting. This is how I keep her alive. Through a CO2 leak, tragedy, another avoidable forest fire scheduled, the earth spits me out as a sacrifice and calls itself my mother on her schedule. Sometimes a family tree is all it takes for paradise to burn. And when I am burnt enough to beg, are these roots underneath us enough to feed me through the frost, through the summer, plant me far enough away that I can speak to you again without dropping leaves. Hear me distance myself from your arson hand. This year, I will deny my blood because you're gonna force another summer of girlhood to beg for color again. It's a matter of time. Green me up for the harvest. Mercy, mother, plead me out of the will, out of the park. This is how a sick forest speaks. Kill the weak link. When one tree is sick, it will tell the others, I have to go now. Uproot itself, offer tribute. Silent exits in the hundreds, but it always ignites anyway. A scar is how we paint over a crime. A scar is a child stung and strung out for sugar and stabbed up for sap and syrup, and I am my family's gold mine. Stolen valor, baby girl. I bear the burn of my people to spare them the energy of awkward fury conversations about intrinsic worth. I let them shrink me until my thorns can't hurt them, just me. And from down here, I am small enough to make a mountain out of anything. A molehill, praying, have I overreacted again to the drought? I'm this close to the ground. Maybe it's hotter here for me. Is this starting over what we call family? Are all these keloids a good enough lookalike for forgiveness? A scar is a child with my name. A scar is a smile to avoid the snap, slap, strike anywhere match. I forgive you. I lie through my teeth like the news talking about a forest fire, like we didn't cause it. Put me out and kiss me goodnight. Narcissistic abuse at its finest. The tallest trees have offered up all of their children as tribute, and that is why they're still here. There's no record of how many missing people have disappeared across the US without a trace in our national parks because they won't tell us. And I have asked, like I'm not allowed to be here, missing in my own home, making this much noise, scorching all this earth. Where did you go? I would never call you mercy if I weren't on my knees. I would call the dogs if I was tall. Shadow of a spark, and I will weep. I'm always looking around behind me for fat wood. Who will use me next for the ignition sob story? I still weep. This is the fruit sprouted from a sick tree. You are narcissistic enough to think all these sirens are songs of your praise, applause for your legacy. Tall redwood tree, and I am the canary with its head cut off. Who cannot see you towering over me? Mother me with your axe that you shaped me up with. I am good campfire wood. I am the entertainment to your violent and sacred religion. Pull over for the sirens or imagine you hear nothing, but we are all still cracking far into our 20s, 30s. Deadfall widowmaker, don't speak. Listen to the sound of paradise burning. It is a packed stadium of dead wood. So you have all of our attention, but I have to go. Replace my blood with water. A scar has no nerves. It makes itself to feel nothing. Amputate me from your seeds after everything is put to rest. And when you dead name me on a park bench in legacy, when I die, I will cry hard enough. Seeds will sprout me my own garden, and I will still be angry. Poker face while branded with the hot iron. Forget the knee-jerk reaction to hold it into the dirt, face down, surface, smile, and spoil the roots in the name of blame game. I can fix it. I can hold it. Put me out like a candle with two spit-wet fingers. Play God like ancient fear-monger kept alive by disposable sapling children. Redwood forest legacy. Ex-husbands and ex-friends burns at the stake. I have a century of rings grown in thunderstorms or heat strokes alone. The scars wax and wane. Hydrophobic still, survivor of your silent fury. This is how the entire forest dies. As the crowd prayer weeps at the wall, pleading mercy, she lives. The rest of her stolen valor, years on protected land, martyr me, scapegoat me, cut me down. Kill me yourself already. Stop calling your violence a natural disaster, inevitable. This is your carbon footprint on my throat, Mom. The firefighters only come to leave flowers at your feet. You are my scars for tourist attraction. Folks flock across the country to kneel, marvel at your stubborn root system, narcissistic narrative kneels to no story other than its own. As if growing my voice, my bravery, my scars from your womb make it yours by right. You are an echo of my strength, tourist attraction. I am right, humble and dead, and my mother blushes finally. Limb from limb, I regenerate me in the sun. Ring by ring, family tree transplanted to a small garden with enough water. I don't have to beg mercy just to soothe the burn. I don't have to plead or even ask for a drink of water.
Woo-woo! Baby. Yeah.
Baby.
Mattie.
Wow.
That's putting your
Yo.
soul down on a piece of paper and healing it back at you.
Yo, and doing it through the metaphor of a tree in a forest, like.
Yeah, mic drop.
Thank you. Thank you for
Mattie.
being.
Thank you
You
guys.
see, you see why.
Toughest job in the world, surviving yourself.
Yeah. Yo, you see why
I
my
love
wife
you.
and I made Mattie our first poetry crush? We heard her writing and it was just like, what planet do you come from? Can you be our sister? Like, we love you.
I love
And-
you. I'm here. Thank you for. I was gone for so long, and I always feel welcome back, no matter how long I'm
it's
gone.
yeah.
So that's nice.
You were here last Friday in spirit and heart. I felt you there. Like in every word that everyone spit had a little bit of you in it because they all heard you and everything they wrote since they met you has had a bit of your spirit in their words. So I appreciate you so much. That's dope, man. It's mind blowing. See, y'all see why I want to take all her poetry and run it through like an AI and just be like, write me a 12 series season on this and just
Dude, I
only
love
have
you
to
keep
write, like,
talking about this TV show, but I don't know. I would honestly like. I love whatever idea you have. I want to see what it looks like in your mind because you keep talking about it. But yeah, y'all, thank you so much for letting me share my therapy.
we love you. We bless you.
Hey, it's therapy for me, so thank you.
Yeah, You're
Yeah.
healing us all, not just yourself. You realize that, right?
Thanks, guys.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Healing the whole
Thank
room.
There's only one
Thank
person
you.
who can deliver that, and it's you.
Yeah.
You're both. By healing yourself, you're healing us and everyone after you. So you're doing both jobs. It's not. I was saying that earlier. It's not easy to get to that place when you confront and then you have it in you, and you could do what no other, anybody with an English doctorate can't do what you do.
Yeah.
They can't. They
They
can't,
can't, bro.
They
Like, you
didn't bleed
crushed
your
the English
blood
language,
and then
like-
survive their own fucking murder, and then not blame the world and keep going. You're in a
Yeah.
good spot. You're on the right train.
So
Yeah,
fucking
CC
dope.
knows this. He wrote the book about free speech and what
Yeah.
using this mic, where that gets us.
He literally wrote the book on it, and he's telling you that you're crushing it with it. Mattie, we love you.
It's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy. To get past the me and the I is not easy. Jack McCarthy, who was he called himself a stand-up poet rather than an open micer, but he was a slammer all the way, and he was on many teams. And he once walked up to me and he just said, "CC, write yourself out of the poem."
Oh shit!
And I never forgot
You
those.
just fucked my head up, bro. I'm never
Yourself,
gonna forget them either.
Write yourself, take the word I and me out of the poem, and now look what you fucking did.
See, I feel like you would really, really enjoy. I don't know if you have the free time, but there is a writing workshop by my favorite poet that's coming up soon. 5
Drop
weeks.
that link.
I will drop the link. I feel like you would love it.
Okay, go ahead, do that. My last name at Gmail. Hit me up.
Man, all right, look, man, we got amazing poets still coming up. Oh yes, Crystal's still gonna be here on deck. But coming up next, we got my brother over here, Nemo Sum. Yo, baby's got them words. She just paints a whole picture for you, this and that. Nemo comes in like a fucking samurai and just cuts your head off, and you're sitting there with your head in your hand, going, "What the fuck did I just hear, bro? Like, holy shit, that was dope, dude." Like, so from one side to the other, my sister and my brother, I love y'all both. Thank you for being a part of Open Minds, Open Mic every Friday night. Nemo Sum, bless us with some words, my brother.
Thank you. Thank you for the space. It's a special space. I've got 2 short poems that I'd like to share. The first one is called Fell Geometry. I observed 2 flights, one red, one black. As we raced down countless miles, 2 cardinals crossed the highway, just in front of the car, just in front of us. Were these rivals chasing one another, or brothers or lovers intertwined, swooping low and showing off just a little. My mind saw the fell geometry, and then everything was on rails. And life was reduced to distance and speed. For just a moment, the first bird was lost in the massive black, the car in front of us. I felt relief in watching it explode in a mass of brilliant red, knowing that's what's supposed to happen when nature meets steel at the end of its trajectory. But I wondered as we sped away what the second bird was feeling right now. Running on the nature trail the following day, I observed two butterflies, black, darting together in a circle in front of me, fighting or courting against the blue of the afternoon. For the better part of a minute, our paths lined up, and I prepared to witness a tiny but violent explosion of black against my bright red shirt. But our lines did not meet, and they danced on unaware as I sped away and wondered what it felt like to be crushed mid-flight.
Why'd you have to do that when you ended on the last line? And I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
that's
Like
what
I
last
said.
lines of your poem feel, man.
So visceral.
Holding your head in your hand now. Let's all unmute and be like, hold on. Fucking A, Nemo.
Now we're all back. We're back.
Yeah,
We
Nemo, what are
attach
you
it.
asking us to feel?
Just right, like everything in that. Just
No,
fuck, man. What was that line? The what happens when like biology crashes in with steel or something like that? Like,
That's what's supposed to happen when nature meets steel at the end of its trajectory.
yeah, what? Like, oh fuck, man.
Decapitation never felt so good.
Right? Standing around, rolling around.
This is a 100% true story.
Are
I
you
was sitting in the passenger seat. My friend was driving. We were going down this highway that's just this endless stretch of nothing between here and Charleston, South Carolina. And two cardinals flew up and into the path of traffic, and a black car right in front of us. It kind of, and then it was like being in slow motion, and I can see it happening, and then bam, and the
trajectory,
feathers, just a puff of red feathers, and but it was like watching something from an opera, because the feathers exaggerated the
whole
the violence
of it, of a life taken.
So.
Yeah.
But I think we as poets, we like to find patterns in things, but sometimes these things happen and they just happen. That day, that cardinal got into the wrong place.
Yeah.
So
wrong place, wrong time. Well, speaking of wrong place, wrong times, let's flip the script and go to the right place at the right time, which is right here on Open Minds. So coming up next, we have a newcomer who, thank you, Atlas, for bringing them. We love them. Crystal, I am so excited to hear what you got for us next, because you blew our mind with that first round. I'm ready to have my mind blown again. That's why we call it Open Minds. Welcome. Come back next Friday. We all love you. If you could bless us
If I
with some
can.
words, we'd
Sometimes
appreciate it.
I try to be very social
Whenever you
these
can.
days.
Yeah. Whenever
So,
you get the chance. If
try
you
to
got nothing to do on a
break out of
Friday.
these four walls right here.
Yeah.
But it was there was a couple of really strong short pieces earlier that inspired me to go back to like some of the original pieces. So I'm gonna just do, I think this was actually like the first piece that I wrote when I started writing again, like during COVID. This is called Fade to Dark. At night is when it hits me the hardest. The pain unbearable turns to darkness, crippling down to my very soul. My heart is cracking out of control. No movement, no breathing, only feeling. Completely paralyzed. There is no healing. I'm at your mercy, and I pray that you hear me. Ignite the spark, ignite the flame that keeps on burning through this pain, aching so deeply. My core starts trembling. Why must I keep fucking pretending like nothing matters? It's all so empty. The dark seeps in. It's unrelenting. And I'm gonna share this other short one that is
Yeah.
Crystal.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I got this other one is my late. So I brought out the oldest, and now this is my latest one. And it's just the beginning, I think, because I like to write longer pieces that really like paint pictures of things. But I had this thought in my head, this like line that just stuck with me the other day. So I had to write a few lines, but I haven't gotten very far with it. So let's see what you think. This is called Note to Self. Know your place in others' lives. Otherwise, you will never thrive. You'll barely survive. Don't look so surprised. This is coming from someone who tried to sacrifice and compromise, to let go of pieces of me so I could try to be or mean something to others. To my own demise, I self-sabotaged and wasted so much fucking time. Too much. It just made me die inside. Know your place in others' lives. Thank you.
Wow. Let me just say something real quick.
Thanks for that.
Yes,
Yeah.
that was
What I've
Sounds to me
noticed,
like you got it right.
yeah, I would love to hear that thing fleshed out. What I've noticed, what I've tried to learn from Frogg Corpse and Skiff and other people, because I started writing poetry because I wanted to do rap songs. A lot of my poems, you guys will notice, are like kind of real quick and they're real rhymey and this, but the impact of the pauses that you use strategically throughout the poem to almost set up the next rhyme just in time to blow people's fucking minds was amazing. And you just made that really clear to me with that whole thing. Like, and I've been trying to slow it down. And your use of negative space in the poem to keep the rhythm going and all that, and the anticipation and the like, what is she gonna say next, right? And then keep the flow going is on point. And it's something that I've been trying to figure out recently.
A thing
and
to
like,
that actually. I
is there?
spent like 15 years probably of my life. I've participated in something called Toastmasters. It's something like completely different than this, but it's for public speaking and like leadership and builds
and
confidence.
that's how you met Atlas,
And it's
then,
really
huh?
like speechcraft.
Is that how
So
you know Atlas?
that's how I know him. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, because he
Yeah.
does that.
But I've been doing it a long time, and before I,
Yeah,
you know,
and so
met
though
him
I
only a
can
couple
see
of years
now
ago. But
how those Paul and how Atlas delivers his poetry
That's
and his
really it,
comedy
too.
too, his stand-up bits too, and like, cause like I can see, so that's so cool because us as poets, we listen to I was influenced by rap and poetry and this and that, and some influential speakers. Like I love listening to Alan Watts and other.
it's like one of my faves.
Yeah, Ram Dass and Eckhart Tolle and just all these amazing people, right? Because I like expanding consciousness and minds and trying to raise the vibration of the whole world of positivity. So I listen to more people like that, but they use those same tactics, right? They're world famous speakers,
That's exactly what it is. I'm telling you, it's like a lot of it is just practicing how you want to be received.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is use of like the space, the pauses, and then adding that emotion. Because really 10% of what
when
was
you nailed
said
that
is
in your
what you
first
guys
set,
heard.
Yeah, in that first set too. Yeah, in that first set too, you did that really emotional piece where you're like fighting back tears, and like, you know, there's the way you delivered it was just like, we all felt it. We all wanted to fucking cry and hug you, and you know, and so it's so cool. I think that's really important for us poets to realize too, is that there is a whole speechcraft beyond poetry. And I've been learning it through rap, but I want to learn it through you and Atlas side too. He's on, what, you guys are on a team and stuff too? You guys go travel and do like
No, not yet. But I would
he
fucking love to.
Yeah, he was telling me, he's like, he was going to nationals, his team, he goes up, and I was like, well, what do they judge you by? He's telling us the criteria, you know, the speech. It's like,
Oh yeah,
a
yeah. As
contest
far
for
as like
inspirational
speech contests,
speeches.
yeah, yeah.
Speech contest. Like, it's like, I didn't even know that was a thing, right? Like, and as a poet, like, that's so
That's like,
inspiring to know
You
that
can
there's like,
kind of see back here, but there's like a tier that has a bunch of trophies on it, and it's all from
yeah,
speech
speechcraft.
contests.
Oh, that's so dope, man. Yo, you and I need to hook up. You need to come back here more Fridays. You and I need to link up on some Instagram.
When I'm
chats. I would
free,
love for you
I'll
to,
come.
yeah, when you're free, whenever you got time, hit me up. I'm available most times. Hit me up. I'm always down for some creative learning. And thank you for blessing us. If you got another short one, man, let's do it, because we gonna wrap up.
Yeah,
one after
honestly,
another.
so I was feeling a lot what Love said earlier, and there's just a piece that's just like, you know, something that you write about yourself, or like that you like want to show that power or whatever. This one's a shorter one. But, and some of you guys might have heard it actually, but some of the people in this room, but let's go. Standing tall, poetically poisoned by the pain of my past, protective of the passion that lasts through disasters amass. Perseverance perpetuating, alas, a final grasp to overcome and last through defeat. I won't be beaten. I found reprieve in the concrete. The hope that's so divine and supreme, even in the darkness, a full beam of light finds its way into my dreams. There's no way I'll leave. I'll find a place to be, achieve, and always see the way out, the way through, the way around, even underground. I'll fight and I'll dig my way back up, just so that I can show others all my might. But do not fear me. I wish to stand tall with you, with anyone, especially those of you who think you're too small. For if we fall, the call is far too strong to keep us separated, because we are endangered. The power sits in the hands of a stranger who sees and feels connection and doesn't heed those whose drive to help themselves and all the others. Single-handedly, we mold the future, a better tomorrow, and a place that we will instill how important it is to not suffer in silence, but rather free will, the power to rise again. Our own struggles revive us and keep us grounded. I am surrounded by the reminder of the fire that lives within me and within all of us. Thank you.
More.
Thank you. Yeah, we want to see you here next Friday if you can. Whenever you get the chance, please come wander into our little space we've created here. We would much appreciate it. Yeah, and it's time to make a poetry page. You got the bug. You know how to speak. You have emotion. You have things to say. Put it in the form of poetry, and it'll make your day. It could change the way that you see things, even, right? Because once you start flowing, you get into this rhythm of life and love and light and people and spreading words that, you know, find cool people like us. So we hope to see more of you. We love you. Welcome to Open Minds. We're gonna
I'd like to
continue.
hear what you have to say sometime about what you know about the difference between presenting through a situation like this as opposed to presenting, live
like
in
on
a
a
room
stage,
to an
right? Oh,
audience.
yeah.
And
Yeah, that'd be
different
interesting.
tricks.
Well, we're thinking about doing an Open Mind podcast, right? And so I would love to have you on there and we can speak about speaking, right? I'm sure everyone here would mind watching 2-3 hours of just me and Crystal talking about talking, you know. So yeah, when I get the podcast going, I would love if you get on it. I'm conscious gonna do it. I'm gonna do Lantern too. I think I have stuff
Definitely
on there.
have a lot of experience with it, so happy to give feedback.
Awesome. That all right. So let's keep this thing going. Nice wrapping up. We got another newcomer, Love Infinite, which we all just felt infinitely in love with. Like, you need to come back every Friday too. Welcome to Open Minds. You part of the fam now. I hope you don't disappear on us. I hope you're here next Friday. We love you. If you can unmute yourself and bless us with some words, we would appreciate it.
There she is.
All right, Crystal.
Holla. You're a little quiet. Your mic might be covered or something.
I just want to, I really do want to say thank you, like in front of everybody, for real.
Yeah, you're a little quiet. It's hard to hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you too well. Your mic might be covered or something. Make sure you. Oh, now you're muted. We can hear you. It's just real low.
All right.
There you go.
So, Crystal, I just wanted to say thank you so much for your bravery, your vulnerability, because, like, I wouldn't have even, went to go find fun facts if you didn't introduce your energy into the.
Really?
That's
awesome.
To read something completely different, and I was like, hold on.
Read something. You're over there like writing as we're going. How can you like
Right, Rites. She
blowing
came out with a
minds,
dope
man.
poem. Yeah, she came out with a dope poem. Yo, after the show too, I don't know, I might hang out.
That's very flattering though.
They
So
said that
glad.
they have a degree in theater and rap in hip hop.
I don't have a degree in rap. I meant like, and then when I typed it, I was like, oh, you see, this is why personal pronouns are important. I rap, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I rap too. And usually we have after hours. Once this round one's done or round two's done, I might stick around to freestyle with you. If you rap, like, let's get on a little cipher, man. I'll throw a share screen on, put a little beat on. We can bust some flows. So you want to stick around? It's Friday. We ain't doing it.
I'm starting to feel tired, but hopefully maybe I'll get re-energized with this whole poem and then listening to the next people or something.
Bad. Well, we have 5 people after you, so
I'll have some time.
We'll see how it goes. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, welcome. And
okay, so y'all, this poem right here, I just feel like I needed to do it. But the thing is, it's long, so y'all gonna have to bear with me.
I'm pretty sure we all don't mind.
Yeah, I was just saying, but it's long, but I think y'all gonna appreciate it. So, I wrote this last year, when I was like in New York. Yeah. I had an epiphany on the flight back from NYC, leaving LaGuardia and my lover, and again on this toilet where I sit to pee, think and process all the pellets that get sent to me. I fired that weapon and the rest is now history. You are me. Let me say that again. You are me and I am you. And funny enough, I am my lover too, and my mother too, just in a different hue. And that Ted Bundy that has his own show on Netflix, that's me too. I'm a total freak, serial killer, thinking back on how many moments got away from me or victories because I was shooting them down young before they could ever grow to what they was meant to be. Everything, all your biases and your dreams are the same thing, and your dream person and your ex, that's 2 fish born of the same stream. There's only one line and we're all hanging on it for dear life, but what if we fell on the grass, concrete, or flew for dear life? I say goodbye to every part of me living in fear
And I tell them good night, reading my fears, stories, and poems, only with happy endings, everything going right, paying off, making sense. That's what I'm here for. And I'm not breaking my back for no man, no body, no job, no labor. I won't break my back even for me, but I still yearn to crack it though. Remind the aging muscles and veins that I'm still here every day like the weather shows. Rain or shine, storm or snow, sleet and hail became my heavens once I realized all the little devils are just confused peasants. And I'm the Reverend. I am the Queen. I am Messiah. And I don't got to print it out and market it all over New York by flyer. My calling's higher, my breath's deeper, my steps steeper, and I'm not afraid. Being scared of the next steps is like being afraid of myself or doubting myself, my gifts, my God, my worth, my potentiality. My purpose is to spread the message of oneness around the one earth. My purpose is to master the message, practice it, live it, be it. My purpose is to tell you, you're not alone. You're just careless. You're not alone. You're just selfish. You're not alone. You're just ungrateful. And I've been it all, so I know it now when I see it. Everybody terrified of dragons, so I shape-shifted to a deacon, to a priestess, to a beacon. I am the light, and so are you. Don't you understand that every color has a wavelength, but it doesn't make pink better than blue, or white purer than you, or black most powerful. It's more equal to than greater than, but y'all don't like ties. You always need a loser too. Well, that loser's you. You're not alone. Even when you win, you had God, you had angels, you had Bethlehem, you had hoes, you had help, you had pimps, you had Jesus Christ, and you killed him. Now you feel so alone when in Rome. Do as the Romans do, fight and kill in Colosseum until your city is in ruins too, except the church, except the Pope. Why? All the exceptions. Perhaps you need a microscope. If there's a pandemic, someone's being dirty, someone's digging in their nose, wiping it on walls, chairs, tables, and clothes, saying, thinking, nobody's looking, but nothing's private. Think about where you got your privates or the money to change them. Don't twist your face up at me. You're the stranger. You're the thing, 1 and 2, you're 11, becoming the peeping Tom, playing with your cat or cats that don't want to be played with. You're the holder of dark thoughts needing to be spotlighted, and you think you're not it because you haven't been tagged like the tunnels because your skin not brown or black, but the God that made us is all. They are the culmination of everything, and now they're saying pay up. Pay it forward. That privilege you've been stockpiling, hoarding for years on end, come out. Put your thumb back in your mouth. Don't take it out when they come around. Voice messages left from my inner child. No one is exempt from God's eye, God's plan, God's grace, God's hand. Just don't get a spiritual whooping trying to be so unique, so different, so memorable that you forget people experienced you. You experienced you. But that ain't enough for you because you're imbalanced. It's chemical, it's electrical, it's physical, it's kinetic, it's abstract, it's visual. You steady trying to hide it. You box it in too much. You'll mess around and never find it again. Then you'll be lost forever, wondering when and even where you lost your spark. You ain't lose it. You just so used to keeping things buried in the dark. I'm praying for us, praying for it all to be revealed, to be healed, to be clean, to be at peace, to be healed. We need courage. Cowardly dogs run in the opposite direction of the porridge. How dare you use your little Red Riding Hood as an excuse to steal, to abuse the bears? Hoarders never organize. No, dissect their storage. What are you really made of? Isn't it time to let some of you go? How about most? Only the parts negative, the I that slapped your makeup off, brown oil coated fingertips, the you who's convinced you could do something or anything to deserve it, the you that feels worth the hurting. We were never made to suffer. We're movies made to buffer. We can't control everything. All of us doing our own thing doesn't have to be the grounds for getting into the wrong thing. Your heart knows. Will you pay attention? Don't bury the beat with your nerves. Could you breathe and just listen? The divine sends signs, so pay attention. All we've got is our attention, our energy. Everything you focus on magnifies. Are you hearing me? You could be pessimistic as you want to be, but baby, as far as me, I'm trusting everything under the sun because she's my everything. That sun is me, and so are the clouds, and so is the rain. Wipe me down, cleanse me now. Remind me that I'm just dust and light, black and white, brightness and contrast, pussy and ass. Anyhow, a penis is like a vagina turned inside out. So before coming for women, wipe the cum off your mouth, off your chest, forehead, and spine. Stop sucking up. Stop hating your mom because she gave it up, then gave you up. Stop hating your dad. His deadbeat ass simply couldn't do enough. Deadbeat. You said it yourself. He's still in need of resuscitation, and you need forgiveness too. That's why you're meditating or escaping. You're not slick and not slicker than me. In a past life, I was sand, and you're not quicker than me. You can try and outrun your demons, but on Tuesdays, they'll clock in bright and early in perfect alignment with your processed orange juice and your good morning. We ain't dead just yet, so stop acting like it. You're not giving your best, but you are fighting it. The urge to be fulfilled, the happiness that lives inside you, the TikTok 15 seconds long enough to trigger and dig a hole inside you. Now the image lives inside you on 52nd. I'm just the messenger, marathon runner. They always shoot the messenger. No pressure though. I used to be a cat. Whiles back, got scared 13 times though. A part of my contract is to write about hope, faith, God, smoke, spirit crying in your lungs, begging for witnesses for all you witness. This Friday after next and last, God be my witness. Stop fighting everybody and love us like you love you. Unless you being stingy with your love. And so, like I said, it's all on you. It's all on you and me too. We get what we give. So what we gonna do? Do I speak now or is it on you? In stream of consciousness, otherwise known as poetry, but the verses slap. So maybe it's rap. I just know I had something to say. In poem, wait for snaps, pause for applause, wait to accept validation or receive affirmation. I know I'm hot, super fly. So really, I just perform for communication. Begin conversation, begin conversation, begin conversation.
Yo, conversation initiated.
Holy
You my
shit.
fucking sister, where you been at, yo? Like,
Yeah, seriously. Wow.
There were
Love
so
Infinite.
many
You are
good.
so
Oh,
enlightened.
good journey.
That was
That was
just,
a good journey.
yeah, that was beautiful. And like I feel the same way that you do. I think the same way that you do. You see, I identify as everyone. I've been trying to bring all these people together, and I'm so glad that you found our space. Like I really feel like that. We are all one soul. We are all one family. Like you said, like I was the same. You think you're gonna be too quickly, like you're so enlightened with it, and then you still bring in like the modern day, like, oh, why you drinking your pressed orange juice or whatever, like, you know what I'm saying, like I'm God, I am the universe, but like, yeah, you sitting there drinking your orange juice, like,
You did an amazing, the equilibrium of what you did.
Yeah,
I mean, you just kept fucking with the nexus.
knowledge in.
It's like the nexus,
people, right? Like,
now, about me, about you, boom, back to the fucking
bam,
nexus.
yeah, back,
You know
yeah.
what's going here? It's boom, back to that.
And I could tell your intent to write that was
you didn't float off into
pretty much anyone could hear it and get some knowledge from it and be enlightened a little. It was like, here's your medicine, but here's a spoonful of sugar to help it go down.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna give this, and she gives the medicine to herself too, Thomas. She just don't say, here, take a spoon. She here, I'll take it.
Yeah. Look, I'm taking it. You're taking it. Let's take the medicine.
Make everybody feel good about taking medicine. You take it too. It's like, I'm not just.
Well, I actually work for the Psychedelic Association of Canada as a volunteer. I do a lot of their graphics and stuff, and for their presentations. And
I love it.
And so we're trying to make psychedelics legal up here. So we're actually trying to help with giving people actual medicine that will help enlighten their consciousness and realize that we all grew.
You and Adolf Huxley.
Yeah.
You know this. Did you read his last book that he wrote?
No.
Check it out. I forget the name of. Read Adolf Huxley's last book. It's exactly that.
Aldous Huxley.
Aldous
Huxley.
Brave New World. Yeah. 1922.
Yeah,
You
like
wrote,
all
you
this
wrote about
essays.
tomorrow.
Well, yeah, we're we're all trying to enlighten the rest of the world so we can stop fighting and we can play with all of our toys. Like we can feed everyone, we can home everyone. We got jetpacks and like fucking cool ass toys and rocket ship. We can go outer space and stuff. Like, what the
It
fuck,
says
guys?
too.
Like,
You
like,
want to go outer space? She's floating behind her head. There, that's as far as you need to go.
yeah, because you don't want to hit the radiation field, right? You want to go just in orbit, just fall around. Oh, my mom left and I didn't even notice. If
Yeah.
you're still here, Mom, if you're leaving now, I love
You don't wanna-
Good night, sweet dreams. It's like what, midnight there for you now?
Good night.
Go to sleep, old lady. You 70 years old now. Get to bed. I love you, Mama.
Oh, I
Sweet
also want
dreams.
to just say to baby, literally, I started writing that. I was on the subway. I was on a plane. I was on the plane with Dwayne. No, I'm just playing. But no, I was I was on a plane though, for real, like leaving New York. And but I only had like this little bitty, you had them little bitty ass pieces of paper. You're trying to
Yeah, like fit as many words as you can into it.
you? So I copied it back into this notebook because it was on a bunch of little ass pieces of paper. But yeah, like, yeah. I was having fun writing like in travel, like on the subway or in a plane or something like that. It was
Well, it's
like
cool too, because like energies, right? Like you were talking about too, you're around all those different people and different energies, and as you're traveling too, you're picking up more energy. So as the poem unfolds, it's not like you were sitting there stationary feeling the vibe around you. Like, no, as the poem grew, your environment changed and the energies changed and the influences changed, the smells changed, which could influence words, like it's just writing while traveling is fun.
It is.
Definitely dope. And it made an amazing poem.
it is picking up like a lot of other people's stuff too. Like you'll be starting to write your shit, and I have like this one specific one that I'm on like the subway, and like every stops, people are getting up, and I will, talk about whoever sits next to me next. And it was like really cool. But yeah, like thank you for noticing.
Well, thank you for being here. And thank you, Crystal. I think she took off before I get to say goodbye to her.
Yeah, same.
Not bad. Yeah. Crystal, if you're watching this video months from now on YouTube, we love you. Come back Friday. All right, so yeah, we got a couple more people here. We got Principe coming up next. Principe's still here, right? You hanging out. Oh yeah, with the fire too. Got the book ready. Let's do this.
The poem is called "Pieces of Me." We are all products of our environment, especially me. Growing up, I was raised by a single mother who lived with her and my grandmother. During my time on Earth, I've been surrounded by women. First the babysitters, and then the two women at home. Even though I spent time with my father, the fatherly influence never came home with me. I watched porn early in my teenage years. My mother babied me. Boy, was I spoiled. Unlike most boys, I never hung with the bros, never played a down or a quarter of sports, never went to prom. I was just a reserved guy. What if this all never happened? That's my piece right there.
Yo, that was dope. Crispy killing it, man. I really enjoyed that. That was amazing. Everybody on mute and give it up for Crispy.
Thanks.
Amazing.
Thank you for the insight and that sharing. I appreciate that in your voice.
I love your work, and you always do short stuff, but it's packed.
Yeah, it's like Nemo there. It's like, boom. Yeah, if you got one more, we would love to hear it. We feeling it tonight. Come on. I know you always only give us one or two, but like, you got another one, we would love to hear
it. Insensible words fall out of my mouth, very overflowing in its richness. I love you 1,000 times over. I swear I'm not silver. I'm drunk on your love supply. We can collide it like crashing blue waves. Your words, you said, I'm the best. A grin reached my face. Wet, written words. That's my piece right there.
Oh, baby.
Oh,
You have
killing
Instagram?
that shit.
Drunk on your love
Yeah,
supply.
you need
Yeah.
to follow Principe on Instagram. They be putting out videos like all the time, reading out some of the dopest words. Like, go ahead and drop that link again for Mattie. Like, or I'll send it to you or something if you can't do it. But like, Mattie, you gotta follow. Like, so good, so good. Yeah, let's keep this thing rolling. Principe, thank you so much. Everybody, unmute real quick. Give it up for Principe one more time.
Thanks, Principe.
Welcome.
All right. So now we're gonna get back to a little darker bit, you know. Or I don't know. It could be erotic, who knows? With Frogg Corpse, you really don't know what you get. It's a dead frog. It's either gonna stink or it's gonna reek. But either way, we gonna smell the funk. So if you can come bring the funk, brother, I'd appreciate it.
All right. This one's a roller. This is all dialogue. People like to call me a Debbie Downer. I like to think of myself more as a Vicodin and Vicky. See, this one derived from the other night when you're like, you ever look at your old selfies and you're like, that would make a great obituary photo. That's where this came from. So this is a sarcastic piece with cynicism. I bet my bucks that you could send my chucks straight down to the Mississippi. I'll throw in a tux, then dust the cuffs and leave with some change for the weekend. When one of you begin to write my obituary when I am kaput, I would like you to use this photo and utilize some power statements such as pillar of the community, and he was the happiest guy on earth. He lifted us, even though it was out of a bank vault and right back into national debt, but he was the nicest until he wasn't, or whatever else you can fit in for 73 cents a word. He battled his demons as a new modernized postmortem cult classic. You could go with that one and make it a fan favorite. This one is from a thought last week when I went into the fucking lunacy. All right. It's called Southern Smudge. Put a little dark sienna on it. It's 3 a.m. and here I am watching Bob Ross paint suggestions like a happy fucking sociopath, trying to reclaim some nostalgia, rippling through a butterfly effect that's gripping for brain cells while slingshotting in a flashback to those East Coast cocaine years where the illusion of the human spirit actually gave a fuck in the high speed somewhere of, 1993. A place and time where deception was a great economic tool utilized for class warfare, where fucking your way up the ladder actually reached a platform, tugging at the dicks and clits while pissing all over the idea of the American dream, as someone threatened to drop bombs on their own children while wearing a Colombian necktie. Now, we sit in a jaundice-painted nightmare, passed down by our dead liver-spotted grandparents, breathing in a Chinese hazmat cloud, coughing up cries of white privilege, while watching reality in high definition acted out in senile denial. Criminals run as heads of state, watching humans pay hundreds and thousands of dollars to take a tin-can trip straight to a boneyard, continuing to pay admission to watch the great American shit show. And all these pacified pussies of the continent let Russia stamp its seal all over our asses. A nation stricken by social sepsis. And when displayed, it purges the airs of over-explaining on a barroom floor, spilling those long-winded spiels on what short-haired pricks in business suits did to the country and what they actually mean to the world. A time where the tinfoil dreams were spoken on a corner and partially free-based. That same world now, injected, passed out as a neighborhood prescription, as the army of sick sad fucks in the early hours of the morning reach a point of insanity and figuring it all out. A point where additional thoughts are deconstructed into a Hectonian bitch slap, casting an overview on half the nation that sucks the tip of a fuck-it-all pill while fluttering their eyes on oppressive pillows. Work, eat, fuck, sleep, shit, kill, repeat. The rinsing and washing cycle of humanism might be suggestive. But anyone thinks that we're all equal in this timeline, severely having a brain aneurysm when attempting to contemplate anything outside of the thought of peace. Those ignorant sods build another illusion to shield themselves from the ugly truths of society, remaining oblivious to the red, white, and blue dick we're all getting fucked by. Now we wash our brushes with odorless paint thinner. Put another happy little cloud here. Straight up, straight up, straight up, always. There, misted your fucking mountains. I hope you enjoyed this painting.
Oh, Frog, I love you, brother. I love you. I love the Gonzo fucking style in that piece too, man.
Right?
Oh, it was so good. I wish I could show y'all. CC, you know Hunter S. Thompson. Gonzo. I don't know if I can show you without it cutting off, but hold on, I'm gonna try it.
Beautiful man, and the two of them work together. I'm looking forward to bringing those voices together someday.
Yo, check this out. I got the Gonzo tat. I did it myself. Oh, lost it. Hold up. I got the Gonzo tat that I did on myself there.
Oh wow.
That's the double thumb fist with the peyote, but I threw some polka trash themes to it. I kind of did it my own way, right? Just fucked it up, man. Just digging in with the tattoo needle and just, Gonzo style. It's pretty dope. I'll send you a picture of the ink. I think I messaged Frogg Corpse as I was doing it. I was like, bro, I'm doing my Gonzo tat. Yeah.
Wow.
It's pretty cool, man. I'll send you, Skip, you know Hunter S. Thompson. I'll send y'all a picture of this, man. Yeah, I got a cool picture of it right when it was fresh ink too.
Yeah, just don't go having your remains shot out of a cannon.
Dude, yo, that shit was so dope, man. Like over his property, like that was the most beautiful firework I think I've ever seen. And no, my wife and I actually have a way that we're gonna go out together, and it doesn't involve a cannon. But it's not gonna be for a long, long time. So
Yeah,
y'all stuck with us for a while. But we do have it planned. Like if we get old enough and we're like, fuck this place, like we're gonna go out in a beautiful, fantastic, beautiful place. But not for many, many years to come, because I'm young. I just turned 39, All right, so the night's coming to a close. It's getting late. We got CC to play a song for us, and then Demegas and I are gonna read you guys Telekinesis Thesis to close it out. Because I was hoping that Love Infinite would be able to hear it. They said they would be back, but we'll see. If not, you guys are gonna have to hear it again.
Okay. I'm gonna shut this up.
Baby's dipping out. Peace out, Mattie. We love you. Holler at Justice. We
Oh, baby, stick around for this. I'm gonna do one more.
Stick around for that. Yeah,
Bye, Mattie.
Yeah, he's gonna put you to sleep with this one. You can just hang out right when it's done.
Yeah, okay. You like this one, I think so. When I first started doing the piano, I'm gonna shut this other thing off here. Something tells me there's an echo here, so I'm just gonna close this other one down. Come on, you're good. Okay, gone. I haven't done this one in a while, but it was the first one. I literally turned on Facebook Live and played a very first draft of it, and then went back to Facebook Live, and it's the only time I ever wrote a song step by step, and then this is the result of that one. It's called Forever Hums. Life is only death, but not forever.
You're right, we need Black Swan on this one. We need Swan on this one. I'm gonna holler at CP. He's got to hear this. This is happening.
Rivers only water, not dry bones. You see, love is only everything is a miracle. Remember that. And you and I, the song. Forever hums. This is where all the backup singers come in. You gotta imagine that part. Noon is only midnight as the world dreams. Time is only clocks, not broken yet. And a knife is just a tool, a useful kind one. As if all moments equal a lifespan. A man is just a womb without a gravestone. And a child only tears that wait to laugh. And aging just a series of soul lessons
and sore backs.
As if all moments equal. I switched that line. The other line is I'll put in the other line that no one ever needs to harm true love with. I shuffled that one back in.
I like that. Yeah.
While hunger is the price of dreams become form. And thirst reminds the oceans they're not sky. And eyes and ears are always learning to feel. Further than you see why you are here. While while the ground of love is only all the sky knows. Where sight becomes how beauty can't let the blind see. The blind see where vision lifts the heart up and rests in peace there. Where you can catch your last breath and walk your soul home. Life is only death, but not forever. Rivers, only waters, not dry bones. You see, love is only everything's a miracle. between you and I. The song. Forever.
CC Arshagra, the poetry Gershwin.
That was dope, man. Hey, I want to jam with you live one day. I think.
Well, we gotta go to CP's basement. I'll see you there. He's got the studio. I'm gonna crash his house one day. What are you doing here? I don't know, man.
I showed up with Tom. We're making music. What's good?
We're showing up with Tom. We're gonna make some music.
Yeah. Oh, bad man.
Oh,
Hey,
thank
that
you.
was
Yeah.
beautiful.
There's
I love
something
that
about-
song. You've done that song before, and I absolutely love it, man. Like, fuck, some of the lines in there, dude, and like I was saying earlier with the negative spaces. It really.
I love doing that.
it
There's a lot of
really-
women that love the line. A man is just a womb without a gravestone.
Yeah.
That's a line, man.
Yeah.
That's a line.
Boop, drop. Yeah. All right, so thank you so much, CC. Everybody, unmute
Thank you, and
yourselves.
I'm looking for this collab.
Yeah, give it up for CC.
DC, yeah.
Beautiful, bro. Absolutely.
I
That's
love
what,
that
yo,
one.
like,
too. It's a great one.
yo,
Well, it
it's
was-
like a lot of my favorite songs come from this man right here that shows up and hangs out with me every Friday. Like, it's so cool, man. Like, I fucking love it, dude. I love it.
Yeah, what is that line? Hunger.
I feel
is
most
future.
comfortable doing them here. I don't know why. I'm a little more nervous doing
'Cause
it in other
you're-
places, but something
Because
about
you like
here.
a
family,
small
man.
audience. You like
Yeah,
a small audience.
Small audience, but the soul
But
listening.
a cool audience too. Yes, see,
Here
that's
to
what I
hear-
love about my mic too. Like, we might not get 30, 40 people and like, you got to sign up in 5 minutes like New York. Like, nah, show up, I'll add you to the list. You know what I mean? But I realized that we'll have 20 people here, but it's like 20 of who I honestly believe are like the greatest poets in the world. You know? And it rotates out, each Fridays. It could be something different. And that's why I like to feature someone every Friday to give everyone their, moment on the mic, their night to shine, But we all show up and we feed off that vibe, and we all just, even though it's a pretty small thing, I stopped posting on Eventbrite. It's all just word of mouth now, and we try to keep a nice, cool fucking crowd, man. And yeah, speaking of this cool crowd, we got the Megas over here fucking holding it down since day one, babe. A great friend of us. My wife and I talk to him on the regular. We video chat him all the time. He's like, I'm working on a poem. Or I'll be like, I'm working on a poem. Or even if I'm fucking having a shitty day and I'm like, I feel like killing myself, I fucking reach out to Megas. And he fucking talks me off the ledge and shit, man. And yeah, he's just been a great friend, a great brother, a great adversary, and a great collaborator. I don't know if Jeff's heard this. I don't know if Paul has heard this, and I don't know if Cece has heard this. I think Nemo has heard this one, but Principe might have. Principe, I don't know though. Might have heard this one, but we like to call this telekinesis thesis.
Interstellar travel is within our grasp, though the distances are immense as space is vast. Time and space itself are constructs of the mind. It is within that final frontier we will find, like spooky action at a distance implies, on quantum entanglement our thought flies.
Intent is key, turning conception into reality. I push with my mind, not my mentality. Knowing is the path that breaks belief. The matter is factually in need of relief, releasing its potential energy, will and intent, the perfect synergy.
Time and space will bend to our will, travel in the blink of an eye, a new human skill to transport us to dimensions as yet unknown. Galactic consciousness, my mind is blown. The multiverse beckons an endless delight, poetic compositions of words made of light.
Don't think, just believe. Like pushing pixels on the screen, every atom entwined with those in my mind. My hand moves with no thought. The mug slides to a new spot.
As above, so below, feel the power of my flow to transform the logos, the ethos, into paradoxical pathos, to transcend the singularity, see the whole with crystal clarity.
Dare I say, if I may, the truth is, you think you're awake. It's all an illusion. No confusion, simply focus. There's no hocus pocus. Know this, feel it, make it real. Matter will move if you break the seal.
From DNA to spiral galaxies, we're spun. Out of this world, we have won. We're about to get bliss-tastic, tripping the light fantastic. Epic journeys through time and space. Encounter the Godhead face to face. In the mirror every day. Fractal visions that time cannot decay. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. That was a collab. Good night. Thank y'all for being here. I want to read just a little quick one. It's just a good night poem, and then we'll take some time to say good night to everyone. I like to call this Good Night Open Mind. Thank you, beautiful soul, for sharing your heart. Oh, love came back. Oh, she just missed out the collab. You want to do it again?
No, not really.
No, you sure you can't stay for one more? Just do it again real quick.
If
I want to
people
love to hear it, and then she.
Yeah, if people really say yes to it in the chat, maybe.
People, do y'all want to hear it again so love can hear that
Everybody's
collab?
already just heard it. They just heard it.
It's dope though. It's a pretty dope collab. Yeah, do it again. Do it again. Y'all cool? Yes, Jeff saying yes. Fucking CC say yes. Let's do it again for love. Let's do it for love, okay? Love Infinite. So this
All right, I'll do it again. I'll do it again.
This is the collab that we just read. Let me pull it up again because I had the good night one pulled up. All right. I wanted you to hear this. We ended. CC played a good song. We was going, but I was like, I want to read this for love. So we were gonna end out the night with this. We read it, and as soon as we finished, you shut up. So we're doing it on repeat. Ski, throw it on repeat. All right.
Okay. This is telekinesis thesis. Interstellar travel is within our grasp, though the distances are immense as space is vast. Time and space itself are constructs of the mind. It is within that final frontier we will find, like spooky action at a distance implies, on quantum entanglement our thought flies.
Intent is key, turning conception into reality. I push with my mind, not my mentality. Knowing is the path that breaks belief. The matter is factually in need of relief, releasing its potential energy, will and intent, the perfect synergy.
Time and space will bend to our will, travel in the blink of an eye, a new human skill to transport us to dimensions as yet unknown. Galactic consciousness, my mind is blown. The multiverse beckons an endless delight, poetic compositions of words made of light.
Don't think, just believe. Like pushing pixels on a screen, every atom entwined with those in my mind. My hand moves with no thought. The mug slides to a new spot.
As above, so below, feel the power of my flow to transport the logos, the ethos into paradoxical pathos, to transcend the singularity, see the whole with crystal clarity.
Dare I say, if I may, the truth is, you think you're awake. It's all an illusion. No confusion, simply focus. There's no hocus pocus. Know this, feel it, make it real. Matter will move if you break the seal.
From DNA to spiral galaxies, we're spun. Out of this world, we have won. We're about to get bliss-tastic, tripping the light fantastic. Epic journeys through time and space. Encounter the Godhead face to face. In the mirror every day. Fractal visions that time cannot decay. Boom, open minds. Thank you.
Boom. Hey, thanks for reading again, Megas. Yeah, I appreciate that. I wanted love to hear that, so that was cool. Thank you. So yeah, I'm gonna close this out real quick.
Boom, open minds. That was funny because I was like, no, really, like, I don't even know how to explain it, but it's like the best thing I could maybe explain it for y'all is like if there was like a fork and then you like stuck it in my.
Did you go smoke weed while you was gone?
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right, go ahead.
like,
Fork in the
like
forehead.
put
All
a
right.
fork in my forehead and then like let's say the fork actually went in there, but then you like moved it like back and forth. That's what it felt like. I don't know. I don't know if you can imagine what that feels like.
Oh, I can.
I
Okay.
do it all
A
the
lot of
time.
interesting things. Yeah.
Yeah, I do it all the
Every
time.
Friday night.
Every
Boom.
Friday
Man,
night.
every time I hear Skip get on, every time I hear Jeff get on, every time I hear Nemo or CC or Megas or Principe or you, it just, I love
yeah.
it. That's why I do this every Friday. And we hope that you can come through every Friday that you're available, because we just absolutely love you. I'm gonna go ahead and read a little short one, and then we can all say goodnight to each other. What a wonderful night, man. It's been 5.5 hours. Right? Like, what mics go on for 5.5 hours? And we didn't even go to the after show. I wanted to freestyle with you still, but like, I got my buddy from out of town. I think, I'm just gonna close it off with a few words here. Thank you, beautiful soul, for sharing your heart. Thank you for being here and caring for art. Thank you for unfolding the wholeness, becoming a part, for participating in our mission to spread light into the dark. Thank you for your stimulating transmission and widespread sight. Thank you for visiting Open Minds, Open Light.
Hey, stay safe, everybody.
That was so beautiful. Thank you so much.
Love, thank you for letting me bleed a little bit.
Love you all.
Love you all.
Pete.
Have a good weekend. Amazing week.
I'll see you on
Smile,
the
Jeff, why don't you? You look too happy.
See you on Monday, maybe.
Oh yeah, Monday too. Actually, I might sign up for this Monday. I missed I missed Thursday. Daniel did the Open Minds one at New York, and I thought he was gonna do it the Thursday after mine, so I went to that one, and then I missed last Thursday, and I was tagged in it, and he did the Open Minds one at Ray Jane's show on Thursday.
Yeah, I missed it. I signed up for Ray J, and I didn't get home until late.
Those are on YouTube pretty quick.
Yeah, they're on you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah,
have
they're
the
right.
video from when he first did it too, but I'm gonna watch the one he did on New York too. Yeah, that was cool, man. Open minds, open mic. The place be on Friday night. That shit was stuck in my wife's head for like a week or two. Like,
Tell her thank you again for all the work she's doing in the background with the video and stuff. I know.
Tell her right now. Everyone
Thank
say love you to Catalyst.
Love you,
Catalyst, thank you.
Yes.
I know it's work.
So much.
Yeah.
There you are.
Hi. Okay.
Love
night,
you
you
guys.
Peace.
Night, all.
I'll see you next Friday.
See you next time. We'll talk.